Good morning, Happy New Year. It is January 6th. It is 8:30 a.m. and we are beginning our first session of the new year with Tom Gaines, our Admin Director of Central Services.
Good morning, Commissioners, and Happy New Year. This morning, I sent all of you emails from Jim Nelson regarding the last communication I received for bond scenarios and the timeline for the bond process, sorry. I'll be catching up on all of that during this week. I am planning on including Leidig's project manager, Mark Seeberger, in some of this process. It would expose him to how the county government works, which is kind of an abyss to them. But it provides us with immediate feedback on budgets and expectations on future projects, which is what some of this bonding is about. So I think he's got some value to bring, even if he's just a fly on the wall. There might be times when somebody says, hey, you know, what do you think of that? Or is this reasonable? Or is that, you know, a reasonable expectation? He's kind of the subject matter expert on some of that stuff. The architect is supposed to be out here for the jail, CRA, sometime this month. I'm trying to nail down exactly when that would be. He just tried to call me a couple of minutes ago, but I couldn't take the call. He's supposed to be providing updated modeling and cost estimates on some future projects that we've been discussing. But that was all discussed during executive session. So I do need to set up an executive session with the board to meet with the city of Ephrata sooner rather than later. And Rob, I'd like to get 15 to 20 minutes with you to discuss it prior to that. I also need to figure out the best way to broach this subject with some of our other stakeholders. Kevin, I'd like to schedule 30 minutes or so with you to kind of get you up to speed on a bunch of things that have been going on in the background you're likely unaware of. And as you're the point commissioner for the fairgrounds, I saw Barb's email regarding who was partnering with who. I have ordered 2 projects through a cooperative purchasing program called KCDA. I'm not sure if that's how we've done the Musco lighting. We have ordered the Musco lighting for Southfield, and we have ordered the bleacher project for the rodeo. And that was through a direct legislative grant that Tom Dent got us. But we continue. There's some struggles with the rodeo. But those have been ordered. I don't have a timeline or a schedule for those yet. I'm hoping to hear this week. I got those ordered prior to my vacation and prior to the holidays. I expect I'll hear some kind of a schedule this week. Okay. On the Avidex, one of the last consents for 2024, I do believe that the ARPA funds were allocated for the Avidex project. Do I need to just work with Carrie on that to make sure that gets going? Do I have to have am I a subrecipient for those?
No, you're a county, so I'm
Okay.
not but I don't know. I'll visit with Carrie.
Okay, I'll visit with
I need to
Carrie.
give you information and then be.
Okay, all right. Man, this is going really fast today. I don't have too much. Lastly, the Whatcom County Commission and their facilities team are doing tours around the state. They have a justice project. They passed a 0.3% to build a new jail. And they're gonna take a tour. They're gonna go look at Linwoods. They're looking at Skagit counties. They wanna see ours. They're going out to Coyote Ridge and they're going down to Walla Walla. But they'd like to stop by and see our project. I'm not sure when that's gonna be. They'd like to see some of our new cells going in, which isn't until later this month. But would you like me to try and set something up beforehand, or would you like to take part in that tour of the jail with the Whatcom County Commissioners, since they'll be traveling here and visiting us?
Yeah, depending on the day.
Yeah, go ahead and set it up and then for we'll.
Okay.
But their schedule's probably a little tighter than ours. So.
Yeah, they're doing quite a bit. They're going on a 3-day tour all around the state to look at different justice projects. So, but they definitely, we're kind of a big one on the radar in Washington State, so. Dustin Canfield, I'll be calling him today. He is still pushing for us to take care of this parking lot issue. I did not get any help from the city of Ephrata on that. There is no municipal code that states that we have to take care of our own stormwater. Rob, the public works director for the city, thinks it's a state law, but none of us can find it. We know it exists.
Okay, stormwater, call Dave Brin.
Yeah.
He'll know about the stormwater because it is
Yeah, you have to be able to take care of stormwater on your own property. You can't just let stormwater go to another property.
But you
So,
will though, because it is something
the-
that's transpired in the last 10 years.
The problem we're having is we have a leased building down at on Berkshire Parkway where INET is. It's down in a bowl. And Dustin Canfield owns that property along with other properties. Those properties are all draining into this property that the sheriff occupies. We're having to pump the water out of there because the drainage isn't good enough to keep the water out. Canfield has kind of thrown a shot across the bow and said, well, you're leasing it and part of the maintenance agreement is that you're gonna have to take care of that parking lot so it drains properly. It's like, no. But the lease agreement is pretty vague. And we're not getting a whole lot of help from our civil division. So, but I'm gonna call him today and say, look, that's an infrastructure issue. It's not part of the building. It's not normal everyday maintenance. We're not fixing your parking lot before we leave. By the way, you developed it and everything drains to it. So I don't wanna start a fight with Dustin Canfield, but
I agree with your opinion.
anyway. So that's all I've got. I don't
I'm
know.
good for a little fight.
Okay. All right. I don't know if you've got any questions for me. I'll be behind my computer. I'm gonna run over to the jail too and get caught up over there. I know a lot of those guys were on vacation too, so it was probably a little bit slow, but I see that still quite a bit of progress happening. So, anything for me?
I haven't been to the jail site in 5 months,
Yeah.
so we need to go this week.
Okay.
Yeah, I'd like to visit as well.
All right, perfect. And then, and I'll talk,
Tomorrow's pretty open.
okay. I'll talk to Barb about maybe getting a half hour with you and getting you up to speed on some of the stuff that I don't want you to be drinking from a fire hose, when you hear it for the first time, because it's all been executive session stuff, right? But now you're gonna be.
Well, tomorrow from 9 to 11, we have a big gap.
Yeah. And you've got your onboarding this week.
Yes.
Awesome.
You see, it's probably right when
You do too? Awesome.
11 o'clock.
Right on.
That one's
But I
easy.
think they did record it. So
It's a start. It's the
Just make
beginning.
sure you mark off what you do.
Oh, I know. Yeah, that's easy to forget.
Yeah, I only did like 3 of the last week.
I know. I got your status report.
Okay, so you mark off what? I'm sure it'll.
As you go, you have to watch and then,
There's a whole lot of, all the different lessons that you do, you have to mark complete. That includes the
Oh, it
meeting
doesn't just
tomorrow.
automatically.
No,
Okay.
no, that includes your onboarding meeting. You'll go back and you'll see the list of all the different classes that's on there. You have to mark it complete. Otherwise, it shows that you didn't complete it.
Okay.
And if you don't complete 80% of the course, you won't pass it. So,
it's nice though, because the Washington State one, you could watch the video and then it'll say you didn't watch the video, so you watch a 45-minute video and it doesn't register, so you watch it again. And then sometimes you get to watch it maybe one more time, and then it unlocks and lets you take the test. I'm happy it wasn't that bad.
well, and I would invite both of you that are going through it, right? As you go through it, as things come up that you want to discuss further, right? You have Rob and myself, Kevin. You've got 2 members of Public Works that have been through this course. And it's an awesome opportunity as these things come up, to say, hey, I want to talk about this some more. Get together and
Is
talk
that
about it.
John and Andy?
Yeah.
They're going to.
Anything else for you?
Nope, that's it.
Anything for him?
No, thank you, Tom. Happy New Year.
Yeah.
All right, we'll go into recess until 8:45 when we are back for Development Services Weekly Update. Good morning, it's 8:45 a.m. and we are here with Jim Anderson Cook and his co-chair there for our weekly development services update.
Thank you, Commissioner. Not a lot to update you on this for last week. It was a pretty quiet week. Of course, interruption right there in the middle with the holiday. I just wanted to introduce the board to Emerson Walters. She is our new permit technician 1. Today is her very first day, so we're kind of dragging her around the courthouse and showing her the ropes. So she's replacing, of course, Marina, who's retiring, was supposed to be retiring on the 17th, but Marina was kind enough to give us an additional week. So it sounds like she'll be leaving on the 24th. So we're thankful for that. So
Welcome aboard.
so if the board would introduce themselves to her, that would be lovely.
I'm Cindy Carter. I don't know if I said that over here. I live in Real City, so I represent the western portion of the county.
I'm Kevin Burgess, new commissioner, and I represent part of Moses Lake and the north part of the county.
And I'm Rob Jones, I represent Moses Lake and Warden.
The person to your right.
I know.
Hi, I'm Kirk Esslinger, and I'm the Director of Organizational Services for Airport Support Assistant. And I lurk in corners.
It's on order.
It's on order. I didn't know if you wanted an R or not.
They forgot.
So the one thing that we had been working on last week and into this week, I do have an update with the board tomorrow, our normal monthly update. But we did have a transition out of Deckard Technologies for our short-term rental platform and into Granicus. So that transition has begun. We have a kickoff meeting taking place on Thursday at 2:00. The fire marshal and I are working through what that is going to look like for our customers. So right now we have a temporary portal set up so folks can still apply and we can process those applications manually while we work through the transition. As you may know, the payment processing was difficult to navigate through Deckard. And that processing was done through Stripe, which seems to be a payment processor that more municipalities, cities and counties have been using of late. So we have not shut down our Stripe payment portal in anticipation that maybe Granicus is continuing to use that as well. We're hoping not, but that will be one thing that we'll work through on Thursday and see if in fact we can discontinue the usage of Stripe and continue to use Point and Pay, which is what we've been using currently and for the last several years with SmartGov. So the Stripe portal creates a reconciliation problem for end of the month reporting that we'd like to move away from. So hopefully by end of this week and into next week, we will have our new modules stood up and customer facing. And the hope again is that it's able to be used with the current payment processing platform that we've used for a while. So that'll be a big lift for this week. And then of course we've got this week we got hearings examiner with a pretty heavy agenda on Wednesday, and then we've got a public hearing tomorrow at 3:00 as well. So pretty busy week for development services. Do you have any questions for me?
Yeah, when you talk about the fire marshal, you talking about the county fire marshal?
Yes, county fire marshal. The county fire marshal, Kevin, is the one tasked with, he heads up the platform and the program for the transient rental program. It's his program. It's a fire life and safety initiative is primarily, that was the reason for it, that most people don't really know and understand that that's why we started that, so it's his program.
So Kevin, we have a comp plan hearings tomorrow to finalize two that were held. Tomorrow.
Tomorrow at 3 o'clock.
I think I've already read over those ones.
Okay, so you're aware of, we need to make a decision on those two.
On those two, yeah.
Okay. So I wasn't.
Yeah.
Got thrown your way, okay.
Yeah, I've already looked at them. I drove out and looked at the one on Quincy.
And again, we've got a full update tomorrow, so I'll have that agenda sent over. I hadn't prepared that yet, so I'll have that as agenda sent over to the clerk. So we have that ahead of time along with statistics.
And I believe the public comment portion is closed. In that hearing, will a comment period be able to be opened up for the public or?
Yes,
Okay.
yeah,
We can open that
yes.
back up.
And there, I have 2 letters of support that are walk-ons for today.
Okay,
So I'll be presenting those
okay.
during roundtable today.
Right, we've never done that kind of an additional
Yeah,
portion of it, so thank you for knowing the answers.
this will be
The next step.
new.
Yes, it will be.
And sorry for it being put on you
That's fine.
right
That's
at
what
the
I signed up
onset.
for.
Yeah, right at the onset, so we'll work through it. Again, any questions for me?
I think that's it.
We have a going away for Marina.
We had one already.
Oh, did you?
Yeah, we did. She's, she doesn't like the attention, so, but again, if the board wanted to cycle through and just wish her well and good luck in her new adventure. Again, last day will be the 24th, and she would probably appreciate it, but she doesn't.
January.
Yeah, January 24th, but she doesn't like a lot of fanfare, so, but it would be nice if the board would take the time to stop in and say thank you.
Anything else for Jim?
I can't think of anything
I
right
do.
now.
You start. Did you have something?
No, I can't think of anything.
I was gonna have you stay over from my meeting, but if you have 5 minutes for an exec session,
Yeah, we can do that.
we can do it at the end of yours now.
We sure can, So Emerson, executive session is something that I'll have to have you step out for.
I was gonna say that.
Yeah.
It makes you feel very special to stand in the hall.
I'll just leave her out there for you.
So Rob, employee performance.
Evaluation?
Yeah.
Disciplinary.
Emerson, it was very nice
Disciplinary.
meeting you.
Yes.
Yeah, we were good for that.
Okay, Caitlin, we are going to go into executive session beginning at 8:53, returning at 8:58 for personnel disciplinary matters, RCW 42.30.1101F.
Procedure went well.
The procedure went well, yeah.
We are out of executive session, no decisions were made. Or do you have anything for Jim?
Thank you, Jim.
All right, we will go into recess until 9 a.m. and we are back with Kurt Kesslinger.
Is she feeling
Good morning, it is 9:01 a.m. and we are here with Kirk Kesslinger for our Administrative Director of Organizational Services update.
All right, good morning, commissioners. Was gonna run through the priorities that I'm working on and ask a few questions for guidance. First of all, as we transitioned into this position, HR support in the transition was a big part of that, and that is settling in nicely. I mean, Decora's out for a bit for her operation, but both she and Gina have their arms around most topics. They may need some history or another set of hands now and again, but that's dropped off a lot. And then they've done some really good hiring with folks coming in, so it's really strengthened the program. BOCC staff. So we, as Barb made the request to step back from supervision as an interim process, I said you can send it my direction. We really said we'd do that until the beginning of the year, until Kevin came in, so they could start having discussions. As I've been working with the group, my recommendation is that the board hold us at that status quo for the first 6 months of the year. Cause then you see more of what's going on, you can make that decision, so we just kind of keep me in that office and helping things move ahead. And then I bring the question back to you halfway through the year to say, okay, now that we've got more time on the job, what would we like to do? Is that agreeable with the board? Do they have something else they would like to see?
Yeah,
And I'm mostly acting from the viewpoint, that I wanna set my main computer someplace where I'm working on it. So if it was a matter that you're thinking, well, you know, one more week and then we're gonna do this other thing, then I won't bother moving it up. If it's a matter that we're saying, you know, we'll watch and work on things for the first 6 months, then it's worth moving a computer up.
I've moved the computer up. Is there, so are you doing, because before Barb was kind of overseeing like the scheduling, the mailroom, are you now taking that over?
There are some things that Barb and I have talked about that I think make sense in a lead capacity. Because I think as the clerk of the board, even if she's not supervisory, there are some lead things. So I'm having her coordinate schedules, meaning if someone's here, that someone else can fill in, that immediately goes with that.
In the office?
Yeah.
Okay.
Although ongoing, you know, exceptions, if someone is like, but I need to be off every Thursday because that's when I have my chemotherapy, that would come my direction as a supervisor. And then we have a list of some things we wanna sit down and take a look at. Some of them are, I wanna understand some of the stuff that's set up for the board, flow of documents and decisions and all of that. Not necessarily because it needs to change, but I wanna understand it so that if there are new sets of eyes to say, hey, guys, what about this? Would that go better for you? That we're looking at those things, so. Sounds like I got head nods saying a 6-month is okay with y'all?
Mhm.
Okay.
So on the, as
Mhm.
far as the documents, we had the kind of the lean process. I thought
Mhm.
we came in and dealt with the lean, it was helping with the process.
Yep.
Hopefully I haven't seen a layout or anything.
Well, and that's a good reminder to that because then I can ask on that and see where that documentation was. Because there isn't any desire to go contrary to anything, but the lean process doesn't mean that you never tweak. It means you learn the way to tweak and to stay focused on eliminating risk and waste. So if you've now taken whatever process that lean process brought to you, but just saying, well, keep hitting this, you know, this roadblock, it's not quite working for us, then you bring back conversations to do some measurement and figure out what to do differently. And sometimes my thought, my opinion, which could be wrong, is that at times there are many hands in the soup when it comes to setting you guys up. And so we get different things for different commissioners and all. I'm just watchful on the fact of making sure we're not doing that at some point. Because that just, you know, the uniqueness is where we start stumbling. So I just want to be able to bring that back to y'all.
Like Laserfish, they're moving towards Laserfish, which should streamline. I haven't heard, do you know what's going on with that?
I don't know where it is right now, but that is part of, again, the question of saying for that 6 months and focusing on that, because then on my weekly with y'all, I will make sure there is a BOCC staff update so that we can talk about those things. In fact, let me add right now, Laserfish.
I just want to let you know that we do have an update today at my meeting. I will be talking with you about that today.
Okay.
Thank
Beautiful.
you. Tyler Tech, I think is going well. The board supported Decorah in her request to step away from the recruitment module that does not work. Holly's aware, Tyler's aware. Holly and I had the conversation to, you know, sit down and talk through what this is so that we can identify if there's any expense that we went through that we now should recoup or any ongoing expense, we get that set up well. So she has her arms around that very well. As far as for a while, in the midst of all that, if you'll remember, Tyler became a bigger and bigger and bigger and bigger elephant in the room until about 90% of my time was on that. We appear, hopefully, to have turned a corner. Mandy has her arms around the finance module very well. And though that functionality, from my observation, is gonna be a strong tool. Felicity has stepped into payroll. She's doing a very good job. Felicity is knowledgeable, Felicity is collaborative. It's really going great. We had some technical issues with, just as an example, with COLA, getting things set up end of last week. And she pulled Larissa in, she talked to me, took extra time, but it was a wonderful collaborative process in trying to overcome those problems, so sing her praises. The non-recruitment HR functions, I've sent something to Gina and Decorah as far as setup. My guess is going to be that as we have the NeoGov contract signed, and Kevin, NeoGov is the recruitment system we will go to instead of the Tyler system. That once things are signed, the quickest they go is a 90-day setup, and HR wants to get that going. So my guess is going to be that Gina will focus on that process and get that going, and that the Tyler HR and data stuff that I've been looking at, I'll continue and bring back to Decorah.
So Kevin, what we put in the budget in 2023, some money for Tyler Tech, so we've been trying to implement it last year. Tyler Tech is our, the software, the new software for accounting. They had a module for HR that, since HR and payroll, they kind of work together. But the Tyler just was not working, so we're gonna keep the module for the accounting portion of it, which is probably vast. But the HR component of it, we're leaving Tyler and we're going to NeoGov.
Just the recruitment piece
The
is
recruitment
NeoGov,
piece.
because there still is the connectivity of the employee.
A few million, a couple million, 1.8, I don't know, on this.
Yeah. It was
But we needed.
it was
upgrade
not
our-
Tyler Tech's proudest moment, I would say that, and it took a lot of force of will and pushing back to even get them to acknowledge that, oh yeah, it doesn't work. Our other clients don't use it.
Recruitment is if you're gonna apply for a job.
Yeah.
Online, it's just, I think HR has to manually put it in or go find it and search it and. so
Our-
we don't know the outcome.
Our existing recruitment software sundowned in August, 1st of September, I think, maybe
Yeah,
1st of
something like
October. And then with all this implementation, that was part of it. We have to be operating before that. And so, yeah, we got there and turned it on and it didn't work, and we've been struggling, doing end runs since then. So Decorah was trying to be a team player because the synergy of having everything on one system would be fabulous. But they've done their due diligence, and there are a lot of Tyler customers that use NeoGov, and then they bring the data in. So we will still have the Tyler Tech will still be the main employee database. Hope that their their benefit enrollment system is strong, and we have that. And then there are value-added things like evaluation processes automated, PARs, paper PARs going away and becoming electronic workflow. So there's still a lot of really good things. They're all things that are much more proven than this recruitment thing that we got stuck on. Next highly important thing, and I pulled Tom over to ask him, the comp consultant, because there was again, money put aside for some things, and the hope was last year that we would move ahead with a comp consultant. Yakima County had done a similar thing. But then all our transitions and Tyler pulling all the air out of the room, we have not. The RFQ is ready. I verified with Tom, he had sent it to Decorah. I'm gonna follow up with Gina today. If it's a matter that we hold it another week while the pain meds flow through Decorah, then that's great, involve her, but otherwise I don't wanna wait a number of weeks on this. I want you guys to be able to get that out, so, right there. I had a meeting with Rob and Barb, and I sat down. Cindy, I gave you an overview update in the hall the other day. It is to look at the commissioner's calendar and some structure because of the COLA folderol last week. I haven't got that finished, so I hope I'll get it finished today and we'll start looking at it. The desire and for a lot of the things that I bring forward are not that we need to do it differently, but calendar as an example, throughout the year, there are comments like, hey, I really don't like that this happens. I really don't like that this happens. And so it's, for me, it's part of that lean process mentality to say, if it's creating waste for you, then let's examine it and see if there's a way to get rid of that waste. So there'll be some thoughts coming forward, some recommendations that we're thinking will help in that decision flow and documentation and everything. So coming soon. And then the last thing I had was personal health update. And you won't have many meetings, Kevin, where someone has to talk about their health all the time, but I'm one of them. I developed vestibular migraines, which create dizziness and nausea and all sorts, and hearing loss, all sorts of weird things. Was doing really good with it, then I had a little setback over the holidays, now I'm feeling strong again. So I do have my appointment with the neurologist on Wednesday. Knock on whatever I can knock on, they will give me some magic pill to be a little more stable. But that's where I'm sometimes here, sometimes I'm at home because I can't drive without killing 5 people, so. And some elk, so. That is my list of things to babble on. Anything the commissioners had questions on or concerns on or need help on? All right. Is it working okay for me to be lurking in the background? That kind of helps.
You're lurking.
It helps me, as long as I don't scare you, it helps me in tying those ends together, and I got plenty to work on while I'm there, so, okay. Thank you.
Do you want me at all today to work on the calendar, or you just wanna show me when you?
I'm gonna show you when I can get things out of my hands.
We'll go into recess until 9:30 when we are back with Barbara Vasquez for the clerk of the board update. Caitlin, is Barb coming down?
Yeah, she's hustling.
Okay. Good morning, it is 9:30 a.m. and we're here with Barbara Vasquez for a clerk of the board update.
Good morning.
Hello, Barb.
Apparently I'm running behind in my life today.
Only 30 seconds.
Okay, I believe I forwarded you my agenda last week. As what we standardly do is go over the pending decision spreadsheet. And from what I understand, the board may want to start changing that process, and Kurt will be talking to you about that.
Thank you.
Thank you.
You bet.
All right, so coordinate entry, 5-year plan to end homelessness. I'm working on that with City of Moses Lake staff. We'll probably put in for that grant funding, the CLIP grant that Caitlin brought up. I haven't really decided because I don't know if any strings are attached to it, but working through that with their staff. Afraid of family dentistry, still to be determined with Tom Gaines. Travel policy,
We talked last week on my wanting to get them out of your hair. Both of those are open on my laptop. I'm trying to get them cleared out.
they're completed, right?
I thought they were on, so that's part of my just following up to do a review.
Somebody might just need to copy paste them in there.
Might be a hit go kind of thing.
Then the Bonnie Helvey ARFs request, we probably need to get with Moses Lake and decide if we're gonna update our code to match theirs. That's probably the most applicable to that conversation right now. Small attractive item policy. Shows that Mandy is reviewing that one. And then will that go to you, Kirk, or to Tom?
It should go to Cora or myself, so me.
And that also is part of a bigger process that per RCW, the board is supposed to certify all of the asset inventory. That's supposed to be done each year. And it
When was
wasn't-
the CFO to review? Was it July 1?
It's been a very long time.
Can you please check in with her?
I think you guys did last week, and she said she was still working on it.
ADA access at the museum. Determine future of work release building. Safety committee plan, we have the risk coordinator position that's open. Has that been interviewed for yet, Kirk?
No,
Do you have any applicants?
yes. I will be following with Dan because he told me what the number was so that I can look at them also and let you guys know whether we think we're ready to move ahead or.
I think 2 people have told me they applied for that in the county. Museum property, short plat to sell to church, probably revisit whether we want that on this. Any questions off of the pending decisions sheet? So Kevin, this is just something that we have that it's stuff that's been brought up, whether it's by the public with Barney Helvey, or it's something that we're working on, or it's a way to know that, hey, we worked on this travel policy in June of 23 and it hasn't been updated yet. It kind of just gives us a timeline.
Okay.
Whereas a lot of this stuff's out of sight, out of mind on a weekly basis, so it just kind of keeps it in the front of your mind.
So did the church come to us
Yeah,
wanting to short plat or
Yeah.
add to their property?
yeah. They wanted to purchase a piece of the museum property from us, but it would require us to short plat and then public surplus it. So they might not even end up with it anyways, so it's just whether we'd even wanna entertain the idea of going through the whole process.
Perfect. Okay, new incident claims received. We have not received any since the last time I met with you. So that's good news. We've added a new bullet, review of upcoming public hearings in case the board needed to look at what hearing you have coming up this week. If you have questions, this is to spur you on to ask staff that's overseeing these hearings. So for tomorrow, it's development services. So those are the ones that you have tomorrow. Just reminding you, you have a hearing and to review the documents as presented. So unless you don't have any questions on that. Review of this week's meetings. This ties into Cindy's questions about the Laserfish project. So you'll see that this week you have a new style of agenda. So we're stopping putting people's names on the agenda. This was one of the recommendations by the lien specialist. So now you're just gonna see central services update. And then when we do the minutes, it's going to say staff present. So that is one of the things. And I just wanna give Caitlin a couple minutes here to talk about that as well, because she has been the tech guru of our office and working with the person. Ms. Caitlin, would you like to go over the changes made?
Hello, yes. So the agenda, I'm sure you guys saw that the formatting was the first big change there. So now instead of having the Zoom meetings posted, like it'll say Monday and then the Zoom meeting and Tuesday and the Zoom, like how it was before, since it's just a reoccurring webinar, oh, hang on, there we go. Since it's just a reoccurring webinar, we just have that one Zoom link at the top, so then people don't have to wonder if it's different. We have also at the very end, so Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, those meetings that it's just one commissioner attending, or it's, you know, a meeting that's in the hearing room that maybe a commissioner is not attending. We don't have those as fleshed out as the rest of the meetings are. So it just kind of helps it be a little bit more compact and neat. And there's that little section in bold. This is below, you'll find a list of meetings that may be held in the commissioner's hearing room. And then there's a little asterisk there. So like on Wednesday, we have the LEF and tourism and veterans advisory, and they have the asterisk there showing that they're in the hearing room. And this was also a recommendation from the lien consultant.
So if you attend one of those meetings, great. If you don't attend one of those meetings, great. So now you don't have to let us know anymore. These are just listed that you guys have at one time requested that these go on your calendar. So you'll still see them on your calendar, but they're not on the agenda that is public facing.
Barb,
Yes.
did you, when you had it, when you said they no longer have to be in contact with you, did you used to have them be in contact with you because it was part of the whole agenda, you considered it note-taking?
Yes, and they wanted it themselves accountable to, hey, I did go to this meeting in case someone questioned it. And so it was just really hard to keep track of Wednesday, Thursdays, and Fridays.
Yep.
So they recommended that we go to this format, so it's just on your calendar now. So if you go, great, if not, we're not adjusting the calendar for that. It's just on there.
And then, oh, sorry.
Go ahead.
The Zoom information, like for the other meetings, so tourism and LEF and the VAB, for example, those will now only be found on their agendas that get posted online. So they won't be on the commissioner's agendas anymore.
So you can go to their webpage and find their meeting information like we do with yours. And they are currently working, Caitlin, Keith and TS and Laserfish, to get the whole electronic portion of it also together. And you'll be seeing that here in the near future. We'll be working with the electeds and department heads on how they're going to submit the documents through Laserfish. And I've also seen that the board has approved quite a few other departments using Laserfish too. So I'm excited to see how they're gonna use Laserfish for their departments. We're using it our way, but how are they gonna use it? So they're going to the out-of-state travel and their Laserfish is starting to become the thing. So it's exciting. Do you have any questions about the visualizing of the agenda and how this looks? Any question about meetings that are on your agenda that you don't remember what they might be? Okay, if not, we will move on. Boards and committees update. Miss Caitlin, do you have an update?
Yes, we have the Fair Advisory Committee that now has the opening since our good Mr. Commissioner Kevin Burgess is no longer on it. Later this month, you'll see some recommendations of reappointment for the Fair Advisory Committee and from the Mosquito Control District number 2. And then, actually, that's, oh, and then, sorry, we're supposed to bring up with Rob again about LTAC, how you would like to move forward with those.
Yes, it's a bullet on there. It says, do you want to reappoint or re-advertise? Rob, you wanted to discuss that with the other 2 members today.
Oh, yeah, I just wanted to give them the opportunity if we wanted to do it differently than we have been.
When's the
But-
next meeting?
I mean,
Fall?
yeah, as of right now.
But might be nice to.
But I just want to give the opportunity if we want to reappoint or advertise and let them apply again or what we want to do. But whatever we do, we kind of have to take the stance on all of those committees. We can't just do it on the one.
I thought we were going to try to advertise, since we get these boards and committees that they have the same people.
Yeah, the only tough part is that there's only so many county campgrounds. So the chances of the rollover for those things is a little tougher, but I support it, but I want to see it in all of them if we do it on this one. Cause I can see the optics of having people on there.
So let the current LTAC members know if they're interested in reapplying, they're gonna have to reapply.
It's up to the board, yes.
Are they on 1 year or 2 year? Is it annually?
I believe it's annually. Caitlin, is it annually?
I believe it is annually for LTAC. Also, when we had talked a few months ago about like advertising and everything for the boards, it was decided at that time by the commissioners that we would only send out press releases, or that we would only advertise in the paper twice a year. So are you wanting to change that and put out press releases like we did before? We had chosen, I think we had discussed paying to have an advertisement put in the paper, because when we send out the press releases, like 9 times out of 10, they would not publish them. So what would the commissioners like to do with that?
Press release, if we're gonna just put it on the front of our webpage, the open positions, or when they open, when they close.
At the top, it says boards and committees, and so it is right in there so that people can access that.
I
And
think, sorry, I think the main problem right now is that there's not very much traffic that goes through the boards and commissions page. So when it comes to like, the average Joe is not just gonna wake up in the morning maybe and go, gee, I wonder what boards are, looking for volunteers right now. And so whenever there is a new opening like this, it just from seeing the number of applications that we receive for boards, it's pretty few and far between. So like we have multiple boards that have had vacancies for quite a while because people don't just browse through that site.
So what boards have vacancies currently?
Most of the mosquito districts have at least one vacancy on them. The tourism still has one vacancy. Fair Advisory Committee, I guess they now have a vacancy, but they've just been reappointing quite a bit. Let me see here. I mean, you guys know the Board of Equalization had that vacancy for a long time. Noxious Weed has had a vacancy for a long time. I believe Solid Waste. Yeah, Solid Waste has one also. And the Water Conservancy Board.
So a question for the board or something to think about. Here, boards and commissions, and that part has always been separate from recruitment, but as we get the recruitment technology back under beaten into submission, whatever we are doing to it, that could be something that Barb and Caitlin could work with HR on, and it can be an automated process. And it doesn't have to be a big process. You can automate the same limited app you use now. And at that point, it could be on our normal recruitment page. You could put a link to it anywhere on your website saying, want to be a board person, here's what it is. And then it also would create links that then could be sent out to each commissioner so that you could then say, hey, Bob, you talked about wanting to help, here's a good way to help, look at this, what could you do? And make it as easy as possible. Then that information becomes housed electronically and you guys don't have to get into that back and forth. Something to think about anyway.
Absolutely.
Well, I'm looking at, I just pulled up our, the Garrett County website, and I am really happy that You Are Not Alone is still on there. But it's like we have the Freedom Forward Community Survey. To me, I think it would be important if we had Grant County boards open right there, so when you go to there are people that go to the page, but you're right, they don't start delving into boards and it's just not right there at the front. So maybe if we put, boards, when they're open, when they're not, because I'm sure, I don't know if you've gotten any calls yet, but, Commissioner Jones probably has, hey, when is this board open, or how do I get involved in this board? They don't ask a lot, but it's kind of right there, they can keep their eye out on. Typically, it seems like the commissioners or the board members themselves who go out, they're out hunting, looking for interested parties, where you call the city or kind of track down a board member to sit on there. Just
So keeping it as a permanent, like under the news releases, those, I think there's 3 that are on there, board announcements.
You have Freedom Forward Community Survey, and then you have it in Spanish, and then Not Alone. So I think.
And the rule of thumb of trying to build a adequate pool is if you're having problems, then look at multiple ways to do it. Because people think differently, so one person would automatically go here where someone else wouldn't, and someone else may never look unless someone contacts. And then that recruitment that goes from having a link also can be then given to the chair of the board, whatever the commission is, because maybe they have people. So it makes it a little easier to shuffle that around than have it be on your shoulders.
Sounds good.
Yeah, I think we just put it on the front page, at least.
And maybe it can just link up to our tab that's up there. Have it bright there and then link up to the actual page that we have. Okay. Caitlin, do you mind looking into that today?
I'm so sorry. I was helping a customer. Can you repeat that question?
Cindy recommended putting under the important announcements right there, that click this link to go to the board's page for open things. That way it's very visible under the important announcements page.
Yes, I can definitely get that added.
So when I go to the Board of Ed, I'm just referencing, it doesn't say to be a board member. How do I? So I would have a hard time finding that.
Caitlin, is there any way you could share your screen on that? And I appreciate your patience because we're getting a lot of notaries and Board of Ed people coming in and phone calls. So staff is having a hard time connecting fully to these meetings.
Yes, I can definitely share my screen, or give me one moment.
See, they still have me listed on there too.
Don't wanna let you go.
Under boards, commissions, districts, it's just at the bottom, it says current vacancies on boards. You hit that, it goes to the page showing all the empty positions.
And then it'll be here, click
Sorry,
here.
so, yes, this is, if you just click straight on that, on the boards, commissions, and districts, that's where we have all of this stuff that we had reviewed with the
Oh, right
commissioners
here.
a few
Okay.
months ago.
Click
And then
through.
there's, yes, the do you want to volunteer, click here to apply, and this will just take you to the fillable form.
So for solid waste committee, District 3 representative, for tourism, District 3 representative. Fair advisory, I'm sure Jim
Okay.
has that position
I
already.
didn't see that, so.
Is it not showing up on your page?
No, I see it now.
Okay. And this is what we showed you 5 months ago or so. This is the format that the board approved. What's that? Oh, it has MLIRD is still on there too, Caitlin. I don't know if that needs to be.
Where are you looking?
At the bottom down here.
Oh, yeah, oh, yeah. Yeah.
And BOE, the opening was for District 2, which I believe was filled. Is that on consent this
I
week?
need,
Yeah.
Board Week 3, I needed Board Week 3, and I'm currently working on it.
Okay, last week, the commissioners told me to put it back on for this week. They
You have
gave it-
2 Board of E3s.
I thought they were all
Who?
ones.
Who's my second one?
Is Richards on there?
Yeah.
Is Sandra not on that one?
No, she got booted off.
She hasn't been for a while.
So Moses, or District 2 has 1. District 3 has 1. And then District 1 has,
3.
Three currently.
3.
so you'll have to remove someone.
Did you already appoint somebody?
No, but if you're wanting a District 3 on the board,
Kevin.
not an alternate,
Oh,
Kevin is gone, so we're having to replace
so you'd
Kevin.
have to remove a current if you're.
well, I don't know if you necessarily have to remove it, I just.
So you would just move Richard into one of the 3 positions, not as an alternate, and then you'd have, well, a representative from 1 and 3. You wouldn't have a 2 still.
I think if they, well, Kevin, you're on that, or we're on that, you're currently on that board still. Isn't if you can't make it, then one alternate will step in?
Correct.
So,
Yeah, so even if you have people from different districts, they're sitting in the audience, so they're privy to what's going on. So if somebody's not there, they could certainly step in and you know, and we have conversations with them, so it's not like they're just left out in the dark. So there's conversations had with all of them, but it's just the three people sitting up front that, you know, vote or, you know, make a decision. But everybody else, you know, if they're here, we get to talk to them as well.
What the BOE recommended at their last meeting was to put Brandon in your spot and then have 2 other alternates to finally have 3 full alternates. So it would be Brandon, Marge, and Jim, and then the alternates would be Jerry, Rosa, and Richard.
Correct.
So that's what the BOE recommended to the commissioners.
Correct.
and I'm looking for somebody from Quincy. I've got a few names, just looking to see, look on their schedule. Because I would really like District 3, somebody from the Quincy area to be on that. board
So it
meeting.
was withdrawn before, and then Rob and Danny said to put it back on for today the way it was
Well, I
presented.
wasn't aware of that, so I'm.
So that's why it's on again today.
moving.
So is it possible on these current vacancies on boards to make it change the wording so it's open, you know, maybe open positions or volunteer positions available for on the boards and commissions?
So Barbara, I just want to ask, when was that decision made? Because I don't recall.
You were gone last Monday. You weren't at work.
It was Barb's update last Monday.
Okay.
The reason why is because they won't be able to get the training
Correct.
Is it March?
in time. So then it seems pointless to me because why not move Richard onto the actual board then? But then we need to remove someone because there is no District 2 representation on the board So I'm okay with Brandon Douglas representing District 2 for me, even though he is District 1, because he's tuned into the real estate, he cares, he's involved in a lot of stuff throughout the county, but there still won't be a District 3 then. So the simplest thing would be telling, I guess, Jim or Marge, right, that Richard's gonna be taking their spot, but I don't know about, I mean, I understand searching for another one, but as far as having two, then I have one. So, I mean, I guess it's just how long we wanna push it out. But we were told they can't have meetings until the person gets the training.
The next new member training is in June.
And I think that's why we did what we did, is because of that.
And Kevin was part of that. Whatever the board decides.
So has Richard been attending training for
Yes.
District 3? Okay, so there is some depth on the board.
Yes, and,
Okay.
and Richard did do the training.
Okay,
He'd be ready to go if that's what
okay,
the decision was made.
okay. And I wasn't necessarily thinking of him sitting on the board. I just want to make sure there's 6 positions there. 2 of them are from District 3.
Oh, absolutely. No, I think it's good to have somebody from each district. But I agree with Rob, having somebody that's in the real estate industry that knows what's going on is very helpful.
And that's why I'm okay with the District 1 representing one of my 2, even though it's not one, but I just trust, I mean, he's working throughout the county and out of the county, so. And he's younger, he cares, so.
Hey.
I mean, there's not a lot of youth
So
on our
would that
board,
be,
so.
so that would be District 1, those
District
all
1.
3 spots?
Correct.
Okay. I would say Northern District is very, very different than Quincy or my South County. So we don't have an answer.
It's just been open for a long time and no one has applied. I like the idea of Kirk saying that the system will then spur the board on, because that's one thing that you guys have always said, is that you want to go out and find someone. But, because the board, the positions have been open, you guys have access to all this stuff, but no one's still applying. So however it can spur the public on, especially you guys
Still looking.
finding your
I've got
people.
3 names that I'm working on, so, for the board of youth.
So, maybe one of the ways to reach out to people in Quincy, in that district area, is to make it a point to talk to the Grant County Association of Realtors. Maybe we can get them to recruit within, or get the word out at least, that there is a position open.
And I know that they sometimes ask commissioners to attend their meetings. I think you've been to a couple of the realtors meetings.
Yeah.
So that's a good idea.
I'll put it out there to Diane.
So yes, that will be on your agenda for today.
Yeah, she's from that area, so she might have been great.
So then,
yeah.
I apologize. So I will put something on the important announcements on the front of the Grant County's page on the calendar. But then, I'm so sorry, what was the actual decision when it came to advertising or asking for reappointments or anything for LTAC?
The LTAC.
Is there funds in the county's budget to run an ad in the Herald
Yes,
and then make them
we do it for
also
legal notices, but we've never done it for this.
Should we also-
Usually,
make sure that they put it out on Facebook or their Facebook ad and their,
No, the sheriff has the biggest following on Facebook, so we could look for his
I know, right? We could just
UI.
Are you talking about for LTAC? Or in general?
Any of them.
Yeah, so for LTAC, you have ratepayers and grant recipients. So putting it on that doesn't really make sense. If you're looking to appoint a new grant recipient person, I think the best thing would be to send an email to all the grant recipients and give them an opportunity to apply. as far as ratepayers, that would require us contacting ratepayers throughout the county, which there's not a ton of them. We have the biggest ones other than Gorge Campgrounds now. So I don't know how much we'll get, but I'm open to doing it because the optics, I mean, there's decisions made in there that I don't agree with. So I thought it only seems transparent to open it up. But I didn't want to make the decision. I just figured it'd be a good board decision.
And then, Rob, I know you had mentioned that one of the current ratepayers is also a grant recipient now.
Yep.
How would you like to?
We need to read the rule.
It does not say anything in the rules about that.
I think you've got to pick a side, whether you're gonna be a recipient or a ratepayer.
I think overall they're doing good though. They've made some pretty good changes, updates. We've been conservative, saving funds for projects like the Gorge Road project. For 25, I plan to put that on to do the next steps that we'd planned. So overall, the committee's doing a good job, and we've created some structure of how we do grants with the chambers and then the arts. Whereas before, the arts didn't really get anything. We've kind of created ways to do it. So overall, I think they're doing good, but it's just a good conversation. But anything else on that topic? Move on, Barb.
Okay. Resolution appointing commissioners to boards and committees. I'm hoping you guys have reviewed this. I've passed it out to you already, so I just need some decisions made. Who's doing what? I warned Kevin he was gonna get the short stick in all of this, so he's prepared.
Okay, so on Danny's, he's got shrub step. I think that was an elected one. And the Columbia Basin Conservation District Shrub Step Mitigation Discussion Group. I think there were some that Danny jumped on just because they were important to him. So those two. So in Commissioner District 1, the Shrub Step Long-Term Advisory Group, Wildland Fire Work Group.
Okay, so we need to find out about
That was
those.
optional. And the Columbia Basin Conservation District Shrub Step Mitigation Discussion Group. Those he was very passionate about shrub step. He has a little bit of it in his district.
So Rob said, is that something you want to look into, or you don't have a desire, either one of you, to
I
replace?
just want to know the meeting dates. I already work with Conservation District for the water stuff, so depending on the meeting dates and frequency, I might just sit in.
So Eastern Washington Council of Governments, that is in Davenport, that is held quarterly, is it quarterly or every other month?
Quarterly, that's the one that they're trying to see if Caitlin is going to be the clerk or not.
Health District, we have two county commissioners that sit on that board, and that is 6:30 for, it's supposed to be 90 minutes, but they've been hitting like 2 or 3 hours, so we're trying to bring that one in.
I'd love to be on that one, but I have a conflict, so I'm out on that.
PCC Rail Authority. Richard Stevens was always on that. Left one, it's at 10 o'clock, is there a 10 o'clock here?
On Wednesdays.
They just go over the, left one is the, we vote on the insurance, submittals, reimbursements, the payment for our officers. The list gets, I think there's 9 or 10 left on the list, it's getting smaller and smaller. Skills Source Work Source, that's a quarterly meeting. Waco, that is quarterly. I actually really like that, if you don't want to do that, I can take that one over. It's up at Public Works, typically about an hour and a half meeting. and WashDOT, everybody's there. If you wanna know what's going on in the rail, the roads, everything, that is the most informative meeting, and if you need a roundabout somewhere, that's where you go. And Shrub Step, I'm not sure if that's.
Trip step would be good for probably one of us to be on once in a while. I don't know if wildland firework group's necessary. That kind of is the same as Washington State Association County's Board of Directors alternate. That was just something that he was elected and chose to do from that group. I don't think that would apply unless.
Oh, yeah, no, you're not. I'm all set. So that would be removed.
And I wouldn't mind sitting in on that, the shrub step.
The Columbia Basin or the,
The Columbia Basin.
okay. Conservation District, and then ledge steering, it's a long session, I believe, this year. I think Danny talked to you about doing it, but Rob had some interest.
Well, looking at this, there's not a ton. I mean, there's so many of these are regional and statewide that are on Danny's.
The legislative steering, I think it's twice a month, they have a evening Wednesday night, and their full meetings are Thursday and half days Fridays, and it's bi-weekly. So every 2 weeks you'd be going to Olympia.
They
Or
do
do
the college
it all
option,
in,
which is
yeah.
really nice now. The Wednesday night is just more of a, like the happy hour, meet and greet, and then Friday you can go up on the hill and hear legislature. Hey Rob, you wanna go over here? Are you okay with your district?
Yeah, I'm pretty much good. Obviously, there's a few that aren't very fun. There's some that are easy. Security committee, that has not met. I think we can take it
So
off.
let's just take it off then.
I think security committee is a by law one that meets when they need to.
Okay,
That is, unless I'm thinking of something.
I don't know,
You're
cause,
right, under the purview of the Superior Court judge.
Okay.
okay, so leave it on.
Well, they never meet.
I think I have met like once.
I think you want it on your list because it's non-existent.
And then, of course, Rob, you have on the back page all of the chair duties that you'll be taking on as well.
Yeah,
Finance committee monthly, canvassing board.
finance committee, we all do now,
And it's,
but you just have to.
I think we can all
sign.
attend, but you're the one that.
Yeah.
The chair is the one that.
Canvassing board, no big deal. Law and justice, I don't remember ever meeting with that when I was chair.
For the law library.
District court redistricting, okay. Yeah, I'm not too worried about the chair duties at all.
Yeah, that's when you just meet with Jerry Sosa. Rob, moving those over to your chair duties. Rob, you can have my spot on health if you're dying to get on there.
No, I can't. Teresa probably wouldn't even allow me to.
okay, so health district will be Cindy and Kevin.
It's a really good meeting.
I had fun the couple I was in.
Well, it would be fine, but we go 3 hours long any meeting.
I just sign off.
It's 10 o'clock.
It's 10:30, I'd be like, for an hour and a half, I'd see you.
We can do that.
I don't know, I
We'll give
would.
them 10:30, but yeah, we get an educational piece on the budget every single year.
My jacket stinks.
So are those health board meetings monthly, quarterly?
They're monthly, they're Wednesday night at 6:30. But I think that's just an evening meeting.
That's funny, because I know Teresa.
Well, if you keep those meetings moving. Give you a dollar.
Okay.
I think with you guys, the thing what I would look at doing is being pretty clear that, like, you got an hour and a half. If it's gonna take 3 hours, then
We've been
we're
our-
signing off.
We're working on Dr. Bresnan, you know, like his hour, he's working, and when he's sitting there for 3 hours at a health board meeting,
Yeah,
I struggle.
I don't know. I feel like it might make a statement if at 1.5, you just both are gone.
So does Dr. Bresney run this meeting or is it something?
No, he has an update though.
He does an update, but it's usually at the very last. No, just like on the budget, like Teresa will explain the budget, and we all adopt large budgets and budget, but we will spend 45 minutes just explaining what a budget is, instead of just give me the sheet of paper. I can look at it, I can see what's coming in, what's going out. Most of the people on that board, I think, are very happy doing that as well, but we just spend a lot of time.
So maybe we just need to talk to her about that.
Well, we've been trying to. Even the staff that works there, that have to show up and.
Yeah, nobody wants to be on that long.
Okay.
I mean, some of them have kids and they're there till 10:30.
Yeah, you can't.
Yeah, I have a little one at home, so.
Well, I think we
Not
do
little,
need
but-
to, like, we'll try. I'm here for an hour and a half, so after that, I'm pieced out.
When I went, I wore sweatpants, cause I knew I was gonna be sitting there a while.
Okay.
Cindy, are there any you wanna get off of? I know GTA is
We
really
haven't
wanting
really
to
had any
know.
meetings, so, but I'm scared that there's still a bank account that I'm responsible for, or road reaches. So I just leave that one on.
Okay.
Yeah, if anybody wants to take on the North, Central Diversion Program, it's a fun one. It is our, we're working, we are working for, behavioral health, substance abuse, working on a regional plan, so that they don't go into jail, so that they go in. We've been probably 3 or 4 years strong on that one, just kind of moving forward. And Kevin Overbay from Sonoma County's been spearheading that.
Which one was that?
The North Central Diversion Program
Okay.
worker. I'll keep it, but it's usually 1:30 on Wednesdays. And I've already talked about the Quincy Valley Regional Park District Board. We got some big things coming.
Benefit of data centers.
And same with GTA, Cindy, they were reached out and wanted to make sure you were gonna,
No, GTA is another night meeting, it's like an hour meeting.
But that's,
Kevin, you're,
but that's in Moses Lake,
Yeah.
right?
I usually call in just because I'm.
Well, yeah, you're an hour away. I mean, I wouldn't care if I was on that.
Okay, well, let's make it happen.
Kevin?
I even rode the bus for a while, for a couple of years. It was a bus to work. It's actually I enjoy that work, so you will too. And let me know if it doesn't work with you.
so LSC, rock, paper, scissors?
It will not be me.
I don't mind doing it.
Kevin's good with it.
Okay, so we're gonna put Kevin on LSC.
But I would say, Kevin, on mine, since you are in Moses Lake area, if you wanna come to a chamber response meeting or 7 AM once a month, just let Barb know the week before, put on the calendar, we're both gonna be there. If there's any of those, because they are, you are in round Moses Lake, you're kind of welcome to them, just give the 1 week notice.
I mean, I'm a member of the,
Oh, well, why don't you just put it on your, you can just put it on your calendar, on your commission district, so it's just covered, so you're there.
Have 2 people on them? Just Rob goes every month.
Yeah, I'm just
Well,
saying
that's
if
why you
they're,
have the opportunity to go if you wanted to.
yeah, you can just send it to me as well. If I can make it, I'll make it.
And those are the ones that she decides like a few days before each meeting, whether it's
Sometimes,
canceled or
yeah.
not, so.
like, there's one this week. Tuesday or
Barbara, and
Thursday.
then it kind of takes you out of the loop, like. if they go-
Absolutely.
So if you put it on both of theirs, they're both.
How many day notice do you need?
Just put it on.
No, Barb.
Well, it's not a
Well, we don't
commission
have
meeting,
set
so-
dates. Like, it's not every first Tuesday. It's like,
Right.
hey, next week we're gonna meet in the morning.
We have
Or
one that's
Next week, we're gonna meet at 9 AM to go over, homeless in Moses Lake
So are
or,
you both okay just putting it on your list of boards? And then the option to attend is there.
I don't think we need to do that
Okay.
unless he started attending like every time. I think it's just a way to kind of get to come into some of those meetings that you wouldn't even know existed if you weren't in them. 'Cause I think we have one this week in the evening. That's not on my calendar, so.
So I'll just put it on my list as optional. That works.
When you feel like it. If you like it today, yes, if not.
Okay, so just for everything, we'll double check with the Shrub Step Wildland Fire Group and the Columbia Basin. Kevin and Rob, you both said you were interested in attending those. I'll find out about the other two, what the days are, dates and times. GTA, I will add it to Kevin, remove from Cindy. Then Quadco, Cindy, you mentioned something about Quadco. You wanna take that or keep it with Kevin?
Yeah, so they're together.
That doesn't matter to me. I don't know anything about it, so.
It's actually very, very informative because you know what's going on, state, like I-90, everything in this region, so you've got WashDOT that comes in, all the counties. It's a 4-county region.
Do you wanna trade since he's taking
We can trade.
GTA and have her Quadco?
Well, and I can do, if you want me to, I can do Quadco in the very beginning. I actually like, it. You figure out what's going on, and like I said, if you need a roundabout, that's your time, like WashDOT, let's look at the roundabout down at
Jail.
yeah, the jail would be a perfect time to talk about it, because Quadco, and that's why I always told Dan, like, Danny, when we need something, a roundabout, like Desert Air needs a roundabout, that's where you bring it in, and they start getting it on their plan, because you've got Shar from Spokane, all these people coming from across the state, and they're like, well, I didn't realize you were asking for one, I'm like, yes. Put it
Yeah,
on the plan.
I wouldn't mind.
Okay.
I'm happy to be involved.
So we'll leave that there.
You know, can't make it, because it is.
Barb, what notice do you need if we're gonna be at the same places?
It depends on if it's a county meeting or not, since that's like chamber is their meeting, you're just attending, it's fine.
Right.
Yeah, just if you want to know that you're going to it, then we'll add the calendar. Cause it's not a special meeting of the commissioners, it's.
No, but if you're at a leadership meeting discussing what you're doing or your opinion,
Oh, the one that we did put on your calendar late, I think I put it on this weekend.
yeah, it's not on there though. But I'm just saying, like, something like that, I would invite him to go to at times. But sometimes you're giving your opinion to a group, right?
Right.
So how would that work if we both give an opinion and, I agree with Kevin's opinion, then we vote on something down the road?
And you're talking county
Yeah.
business.
So you're there,
Representing the county,
Yes,
you're representing.
they're representing the county.
Okay.
Cause then you have to
So
have.
if that were the case, I would just step out. Or remove myself
Or
from the
you,
meeting.
yeah, choose not to talk.
Are they having a Zoom for the public at that
Although if
meeting?
you're giving an opinion on something that's gonna come back to the board, him choosing not to talk is still action because he's absorbing your thoughts.
Yeah. That's what I mean though,
So it's
it's like,
probably safest
Just have you go.
Just
to
to
put
leave
it on the calendar.
yeah, that's what I was
Put
thinking,
it on the calendar?
yeah. So that's why I was wondering, how many days, how many hours do you need
Usually
for,
24 hours.
so like if tomorrow evening, I don't even know if there's space. Cause tomorrow evening is a Grant County Leaders Meeting. It would just be good to,
Or
be involved.
this is your world
But it's right now,
and not mine, so
Yes.
if my
Moses
opinion
Lake
is off base, say,
That has like legislature and
Advise they.
business owners and electeds in the city and
Is that the one
county.
that I went to?
Yeah, sometimes I'll take county staff if it's about, cause you know, they're more informed than I am. So I'll take Tom, I've taken Chris, I've taken Jim, I've taken Brent, I've taken Castro. Depending on the topic, I try to take our staff. They get a dinner, they talk, work with sometimes city staff there if it's about roads. Levi will be there. So just kind of a way to work together with the state reps, the county and the city in Moses Lake area.
Okay, I swear I called it a Grant County Moses Lake Leaders Meeting. I remember putting it on there for that date that you told me to.
Tuesday, 4:30 to 7.
And it's not on there? I will look into that and get that on there. We need to elect a chair and vice chair. I added it to my
I
agenda
know, I
for
saw it, let me
action.
go find I saw that right up there. I move that we approve Commissioner Jones as the chair of the board of Grant County Commissioners for the calendar year of 2025.
I'll second that.
Motion and a second. Any discussion? All those in favor say aye. Motion passes
Those
to
abstain.
appoint myself as a chair.
Those abstain.
Oh, I abstain. Motion passes. I move to appoint Commissioner Carter to the vice chair of the Grant County Board of County Commissioners.
I'll second that as well.
There's been a motion and a second. Any discussion? All those in favor say aye. Aye.
All abstain.
Those abstain.
Aye.
Motion passes, noting Commissioner Carter's abstention. Which one's this one? Abstain.
Okay, since we only have a few more minutes here, DA Davidson, I know that Tom brought this up this morning, stuff that's to be done. Our office also has a task in completing your bios for this year. So,
Can you say that one more time? I was not listening because your time was actually up at 10 a.m.
at 10 a.m.?
Sorry, so I was just preoccupied with your thought of your time was almost over.
11 with Susie.
We do.
Do I have?
That's why Tom was here, because we were gonna be done at 10.
Oh. Well, that's interesting.
Well, I don't have Tom down at 10 o'clock.
No, I was just popping in to talk to Rob because you guys had an hour
Oh,
break
okay.
between 10 o'clock.
Sorry, I'm like, man, I am not seeing this on the calendar.
Oops.
Thanks for.
Thanks for bringing that up. So DA Davidson with the bonding, we need your bios updated. So Cindy, Rob, if you can review yours. I received Kevin's last week to submit to DA Davidson. So if you could get those back to me as soon as possible, I would appreciate that.
I just had to pull something probably from the newspaper. You made it easy.
Pull the one you did last time.
Danny's is a lot longer.
Cindy, I received 2 emails this morning asking you want to join the commissioners groups and a BOCC
So
group.
do I, on my calendar, do I have the right calendar?
It should be BOCC dash calendar. Are none of your meetings updating?
No, they're up. I just,
Okay,
because on some of them I have on my phone, I have more calendar appointments on my computer, so I was just trying to figure out what, but if we're good.
I wasn't even sure what those groups were.
Okay.
I called TS and he got the same
Okay.
request as well. So if there's a disconnect between your phone
Let me
and
find
the
it.
computer, maybe we can get TS to help? Okay, cause I wasn't sure what, Evan wasn't
But all
sure
my
either.
calendar appointments should just be,
And the problem with it too is they all expired December, but then with Rob and Kirk working on a new agenda, it was me trying to update them for January, and I just extended the reoccurrence date. So it's gonna be cattywampus until we figure out what the new schedule is
so if I
going
have
to
a
be.
C Carter calendar appointment.
That's your personal calendar that we don't use, so someone must be updating that,
Although sometimes I'll get them from like the, I don't know.
like outside entities.
Holly had the wrong emails for a while, someone gave her personal ones, I think, so if you're getting any Coa
No, I
Hills
think it's the
stuff.
regional support, regional division.
Okay, those are going, they're sending them
They're
directly
supposed to go
to you,
to you.
but they're not, they're sending them directly
But
to
ask
you,
them to-
yeah. So if you could forward those to
Okay.
me and Caitlin,
Well,
we'll get
sometimes they
them.
don't show up, so like the last meeting, Kevin called me, you know, he's like, you getting on, I'm like, I have no record of it on my calendar. So,
See, in your personal calendar versus your BOCC calendar, I don't think they're inviting the BOCC. They're not inviting staff, they're inviting you directly.
but sometimes it shows up, and sometimes it doesn't. Okay, I will continue to work on that.
Yes,
Figure out
it's
what's
hard
going on.
having the,
Okay,
Yeah.
so I have the BOCC calendar.
it should be, yes. And I extended all the calendar appointments until that gets discussed.
We've switched how we do calendaring, like last year, so it still is a little.
It's,
odd.
It's all new to me, so.
Yeah.
Kevin and I talked about that last week too. Okay, BOE has started, the phone calls, the people coming in and the receipt of petitions is begun. So like I said, when you talk up there, we're trying to answer phones and people coming in at the same time. So if you really need us immediately, be patient because we can't hear you all the time because we're with people at the counter. Along with notary, our office is still, has the only notaries in the courthouse complex. So that's busy for Caitlin and I as well.
Is Caitlin in the auditor's office not doing that?
They do them for their office. So our office is the only one that has two full-time notaries. Is that all that I had? Okay, just getting the calendar taken care of, we'll do that. Oh, and DA Davidson, Jim Nelson wanted to know if the commissioners would like him to come for a meeting in January to explain the estimated payments to the commissioners. Would you like that scheduled?
Yeah, I would.
Kevin, Cindy?
Yep, but fine, or you can call in, I don't know if he needs to come in person.
Yeah, he would call in.
Yeah, that'd be good.
I will get that scheduled as well. Okay. Anything else that the board, I will make the changes to the resolution for your committees. I will make some phone calls about those other meetings and get it on your agenda for adoption next week. I'll send out the draft on my agenda when I send it out Thursday to you so you can see. Anything else for me, other than the calendar being, the agenda being half an hour? I think what that was, is I know that the board had mentioned cutting me down to a half an hour. So I think we were gonna talk about doing that starting in January. We just did it.
Well, you didn't update the time.
Thank you for that.
All right, we will go into recess until 11 a.m. when we are here with Susie Fody.
see who's there, see you all. Because before, there was just that one view and it's nice.
Good to go? Good morning, it's 11 a.m. and we are here with Susie Fody of New Hope and Kids Hope for her monthly update.
Commissioners, you have 4 call-in users.
Thank you.
Okay, well, that's fun. Alright. I feel like you need to say, may I approach?
Approach the bench.
During a little airplane.
That make things more interesting.
Yeah. This is the exact same agenda except for item number 9 I added from what was posted on the commissioner's agenda, so. Let's see. Okay. For our sexual assault, this is under New Hope, for our sexual assault accreditation, we need to have a board training plan, and it's every 2 years. We just completed the other one, so I've prepared a new one. And it's carrying forward some of the suggestions you gave me for training topics that you might like, and Commissioner Burgess, if you have anything you'd like to know that we would incorporate in our training plan over the next 2 years, I might definitely give you a minute to get your wheels on, but anything that you might like to know, I bring a team member in to maybe talk about something that they specialize in do. A staff member who's amazing at prevention, she'll come in, she's talked to these folks before about prevention or maybe trauma-informed advocacy. So I went ahead with some topics that I feel.
I'm just gonna do a shout out to Susie. Susie left for a little bit, and came back. We did not realize how many grants Susie, grabbed and did until
So she was gone.
she was gone, and we were basically funding, the New Hope program. And she does have Kids Hope, which, we were I think Spokane, one of the few over on this side of the mountain that's been very, very successful.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, we wish we didn't have to have it, but
Yeah.
Kids Hope has been incredible.
Yeah, I went down and visited her
Okay,
last month. So
all right.
I didn't
And
realize how
Ballard.
much they do, yeah.
Yeah, no,
That's
they're
awesome.
pretty, kind of a quiet little, if you're in the know, you know how powerful they are. If you're not, you just kind of think it's just another building sitting there in the old movie theater. But you're very powerful.
So this is the loose plan. Typically I meet with you the first Monday and I'll just incorporate a training topic when I come. If I do that, I usually let the clerks know that I'll need a little extra time and they put me in for 45 minutes or so that day. And we can look at that sometime in the spring, whatever month works. Okay, I did put forth an out-of-state travel request to Hawaii. I know it sounded extravagant and fun. However, the facility dog that they chose for us is now not going to work out. So I'll be rescinding that request, or I'd like to rescind that request.
How do they know the dog's not gonna work out?
The dog, at Assistance Dogs International, they train for facility dogs, like a hospital or a courthouse, which Valor's a courthouse dog. They also train for service animals. And this particular dog, Una, was trained as a service dog, but wasn't working out. So they were looking at a career change for her and thought facility would work out, knowing that they worked with us, like us, that perhaps they could place Una with us. And she wasn't responding in a way like Valor. Valor allows kids to rub on him and rub his ears, and while they're in a forensic interview, sometimes it gets emotional and they cry or, you know, whatever. And Una wasn't having that. So she wasn't able to be as on the couch and in a visit position or snuggle position like Valor does. So they just figure it wouldn't be a good setup for her or for
I'm
us.
just curious, so.
Yeah.
Okay.
So she may go back to being a service animal, I don't know. Okay, I think the reason Jonathan's here with me is because
Here's the board today. Here's the board.
Here to support you.
Here to support. I have been mulling over since we did the, yes, is this an executive session? We talked about
If
organizational
you're-
structure.
If you're talking about positions, if you're talking about employees that they're not aware of, then we probably do need to go into executive session.
How long would you want? We could do evaluation of employee.
How about 10 minutes? I have another topic I want to go into executive session about as well. So
Is it,
should we just do it all together?
well, if it's kind of in the same realm?
It's talking about an employee, but
okay,
it's
that
a
would be the same
completely
thing.
different employee
Is it disciplinary or evaluation?
evaluation.
Okay, so we could do both in the
Yeah,
same
If it
one.
was like real estate transaction, we need to come out and then go in for real estate.
Would you like 15 or 10?
Let's go 15.
Okay. We're going to go into executive session beginning at 11:06
Do you want Kirk in here? We're going into
AM.
executive session.
p.m.
Stand if you want. So bring on it
You
then.
want to throw the executive session on the door?
Coming out at 11:21 a.m. for job applicant / evaluation RCW 42.30.1101G.
Thank you.
Hi, Kirk.
Hello, how are you?
Commissioners, it is 11:21.
We are now out of executive session. No decisions were made.
Okay. Policy updates. Another thing for our accreditation is that I have to have our board approve all of our policies, and we are required to have employees review policies and procedures annually, which they did. There was input. I will say throughout the entire policy and procedure manual, it was really typos, context, maybe, there was no big change in a policy at all. It was just fixing and tidying them up. And I have these for your signature and approval, just like we do every 2 years.
Okay, and we can sign them in.
We don't need them on agenda.
We don't. Barb, the policy and procedures update, can we just sign them or do they need to go through the consent agenda?
Your signature is just as powerful in this public meeting as it is in the agenda.
Okay.
The only difference would be that I think Barb likes, there's a better tracking process.
Barb did suggest putting it on consent.
Okay. We can also do a walk-on as well. Okay.
I don't want
If you're in a hurry
Is this
for
going
it.
to, Susie, is this going to delay, does it need to be done today?
I can put it on consent for
You
next
know,
week.
we can do a walk-on where it's on your agenda.
Change the dates and stuff on things.
No, Susie, just put it on, we usually have our consent agenda right here. We can do a walk-on. I will put it, our consent agenda is usually right here.
Are the dates for today or tomorrow?
Today.
So they would need to be changed anyways.
Oh, yeah, you're right. Okay, I'll change it and I'll do it for next week. It's
For
fine.
sure.
Yep.
Hate to add another step, but we're just trying to be consistent in all our.
Alright, and then just an informational FYI, we got a new grant with National Children's Alliance. It will pay for about 40% of our forensic interviewer this year, so it's good. With the VOCA cuts, I was really worried about that position, so that's good.
That's great news.
Yeah. It's a very competitive federal grant. I think about 50 of them are given out across the nation, so feel pretty good about that. And then TechSoup, we got a grant to get 6 packs of 8, so was that 48 Ring doorbell cameras?
You give those out?
For those
Yeah,
that are
for
in-
clients who need some safety planning, so pretty cool. Document recording fee agreements were sent out, and I just had a comment. I have not signed my copy because I think there's an error in the RCW reference in them, and I'm gonna, is it Rebecca who was working on those? Do you know?
They probably came from Carrie, who Rebecca would be typically our legal review team.
Okay.
I think she's out though. Is she back? Rebecca's back, she went to. She was on
I'll just
vacation.
check with her,
Okay.
Rebecca and Carrie.
So is this the disbursement of the filing fees that we
Yeah.
get from the homeless task force votes on it? Okay.
I don't know that the homeless task force still votes on it. I think the board is just voting on it now, right?
Yeah, I don't even, do you guys have a?
What?
I think to keep it the regular,
We did that about 2 months ago,
to keep it the
Yeah.
same. Yeah.
Oh, okay.
3 months ago, maybe 4 now.
And I think you're just following up with the agreement, so
And then I believe you will be involved in that meeting coming up, and we're gonna just kind of start to get some planning now that everybody's settled, I think.
Great.
And we have new people in some positions, so should be good. I think that's in the next week or two.
It is. I think it's on my calendar in the next week or so.
And I'll probably just sit in on that, and let you guys, Housing Authority, Hope Source, you, and I think Moses Lake might be there. And just create how you wanna look at coordinated entry and other things. And then they'll recommend to us what to do. And then we'll get some structure building better with the other side. And you'll probably get to be involved in that one too.
Sounds good. I need to set up a training time or new board member orientation with you. Or you you get to go through a wonderful packet with me and sign off that you've been oriented to my program. It's for our accreditation, so just need to set something up. Should I just do that through Barb and your calendar then?
Sure, that'd be awesome.
Okay. All right.
How
Only
long does it take, Susie?
30 minutes, I think.
Yeah. half hour.
Yeah, but, well, I mean, I'm not trying to put, but I don't think we have any meetings from 11:30 to 12.
I don't have his packet ready.
Oh, okay.
I didn't
Just trying
bring
to
it.
expedite poor Kevin, we're just nailing with everything.
Give him a little breathing room. We got a month or two. We'll get it done. And then I have a leave request for the end of June, beginning of July, but it's 2 pay periods. so-
Oh, I know, Roger actually signed some, I was trying to sign a short plat upstairs, wait. I'm no longer the chair. And then you can get a copy of the bar. Or I don't know, Kirk takes it now, I don't know, Kirk or Barb, or just some bar. Do you want
Takes what?
the vacation, the leave slip?
Do you collect those or does Barb?
You need to sign this one. Oh, perfect.
Joining us.
You can come work.
I'm assuming you and Susie will be working.
You can come work for me.
Oh,
It's perfect dates, very
Yeah.
busy.
okay. Very busy. Year end for me.
Those are busy days.
All right. Do you guys have any questions for me? Anything you need me to know? Any
I
questions?
think Jonathan will work with you on stuff and
Any issues that you're having or upcoming things you're planning for? Are you going to do your event again this year?
Not doing the fundraising event. We're not fundraisers.
Are you gonna do any bingo?
We're doing bingo. That's easy. That's really easy. That's been pretty successful with very little work. We're making over $5,000, so it's really nice. No, just hanging on for the VOCA fix. I know the governor's budget came out with a supplemental fix for that, so we're breathing again. And we'll see what happens.
Anything else for Susie? Anything for us, Susie?
Oh, Susie, I didn't get the update. How busy were you this,
For holidays,
Holidays, you know,
I think Grand Canyon is a little odd because we seem to kind of everybody hold it together where on the national it's on the rise.
January,
But even in December, they said just, so I was surprised because it's typically, we seem to be out of realm with everybody else. We kind of, like you said, hold it together until after the holidays and then it's not good.
it's even Kids Hope's been a little quieter the last few weeks than typical. We had our record number for the year, but more than we've ever had. But December is typically kind of quiet. Intimate partner violence is down. January will probably be crazy and May again, so January and May are our months.
Anything else?
Okay, well, thank you, Susie.
Thanks, Susie. We will go into recess until 1 PM and we are back for our commissioner roundtable.
Eric Homer was a translator? So.
Yeah.
All right, everybody, welcome back after the new year. Hope you guys had a good time away. We are going to begin our commissioners roundtable and miscellaneous discussion. Does anybody have anything that is urgent and they
We
need
probably
to?
should introduce our new.
Oh, yes. Go ahead, Kevin.
What do you want me to tell them?
Tell them everything about you.
I'm a new county commissioner taking Danny Stone's place. I'm looking forward to working with all of you.
Welcome.
We're Kevin, when he was on the fair, he probably still is fair advisory member. And
I had to
didn't know.
resign
Standing job, on the, how long were you for, fair advisory?
6 years,
And then your mortgage,
2 years. Had to
and
resign
then
from there.
how many other?
I didn't do tourism. So that was it, those two.
We have a good one here, another good one, so, welcome Kevin.
Sorry, Kevin, I was just ready to go. You know? You look like you've been there. Yes, Susie?
We all received an email from Barb about a potential change in scheduling for the new year. I just wondered if you guys could address that and talk about what that looks like for department heads and elected.
Yeah, so basically what's going on is Kirk and I are working on the schedule. Currently, he's trying to refine it. Had an idea of a way to be better informed with a weekly short update from all of our people under us and some of the elected offices that aren't under the commissioners. It's a way to kind of know what's going on today rather than waiting maybe 2 months to see some of you in your updates. So it'd be a weekly update. And Kurt, do you have anything to add?
I would add that
Right on this corner.
some of the discussion was also trying to have the board talk about what information is useful to them. Because I know when I got here, it's like you have an hour. Okay, I'm gonna fill that hour with something. I don't know if you want it or not. So it's really just to back up and say, maybe I only need a half hour. And these are the things the board's interested in, and the other stuff they're okay, that I'm not updating all the time. I'm not going to justify my time, I'm just needing to bring the elements forward. So that's the concept.
Are they in person?
They don't have to be. If you're not located in Ephrata, you don't have to come over for a 15-minute update. But what it does is it gives you more time in front of us. If you're having an issue this week, in 3 weeks, you probably forgot about the issue. So it allows us to become more informed and you to have a better relationship with us working, and just, we can talk about planning then, we can work together then in our roundtable. It can be designated for us to work on things versus having everybody come, because if we already saw most of you today, you wouldn't necessarily need to be here today. So it's just kind of trying to update the structure into something that could work better.
So Susie, for example, we meet with Tom Gaines on Monday morning at 8:30. And then he usually has, whether it's an update for the building or something's going on in the jail, there's a crisis, on the fairground. He's kind of our maintenance, so he will kind of do a little overview of, this is what happened, this is what's coming down, or we have a weekly update. Otherwise he was maybe jumping in somebody else's meeting or popping in the door, which we try to, keep track of. We were trying to consolidate the meetings in one. So, and then building and planning, they have a meeting once a week, so that if there's a building, every now and then out in the county, we will have a disgruntled employee, or not an employee, maybe an applicant or something is coming down the pike, just so that we're aware of. And we do meet with Public Works weekly already, so we didn't feel like we needed a first thing in the morning, but it was just kind of get a grasp on what's happening, what's going on, so that we weren't later throughout the week, trying to figure out what was they're not always crisis based, but we just know so we have a heads up of what's going on.
Basically extending the 15-minute meeting structure that we have already with a few departments. And then leaving Tuesday for more in-depth hour meetings, longer meetings, public meetings, and then potentially some Wednesday for some public meetings that people request with us. But we'll see. Kirk's had it for a week since I met with him last. Okay, so anything else on that? First item on here is Potts and Associates Legislative Update. Is that yours, Barb, or was that one of ours?
That was one you guys had talked about at a meeting a couple of weeks ago, and you had emailed Barb about putting it on the roundtable starting in
Remember,
2025.
all I know about the Potts is that Danny suggested that we should look at doing that longer than 15 minutes. So like maybe it was on here to discuss if we wanted that update longer than 15 minutes.
I vaguely remember you guys had talked about having it be part of the roundtable so you could talk to the department heads while they were here or something along those lines.
I think so.
But Caitlin said yes, so I believe the commissioners wanted to get more input from electeds and department heads, and then you can bring it back to Jim Potts instead of it just being from the commissioners. Then you would give the opportunity for everyone else to give input as well.
We can talk about that one. I guess I forgot that it was that way. I just remembered we wanted a little more time with him. No. What's his name, Barb? It's not Jim Potts.
Zach Kennedy.
There you go.
His grandson. We just kind of did a legislative update in the session every Monday.
Right.
Like 8:15. And sometimes when they've, there's been an impact in building planning, Chris has been involved in the region. I think there's something we try to invite, like public works, we do try to, there's more than one issues in companies. I know some will impact, Renew and Evoke and even the youth services. So I think it's just, when we see these coming down, instead of us just listening, maybe reaching out to our elected official and department head and saying, hey, what does this change mean to you? Where do you stand? Where do you want us to support this? How do you want us to support this? So just take a little more proactive role in moving it forward. So we definitely could put something on our roundtable for this year.
Barb, so can you find out from Zach if he has designated slots, if he has available times?
Yes, they're already on your calendar. They're every second and fourth.
Yes, on Tuesday, 8:15, yes. But if we're going to change the structure and the time, is that even a possibility?
Yes, what would you like me to see if he's got a half an hour or an hour? What are you thinking?
We need an hour.
No, we do not need an hour.
Yeah, 30 minutes would probably be sufficient. Just a legislative update. Shouldn't take long.
And I think we picked that time, 8:15 in the morning, because the commissioner's schedule was so big and so was his. So we could maybe do 8 to 8:30 on those days, start at 8 o'clock.
I don't know how that works with roundtable. If the point of this was to allow other electeds to be in on these.
Okay, so you want it during you want him to attend during
I think-
roundtable.
I would say we should look at this, not just look at it with each other versus in here on this meeting, unless you guys have a different
No,
opinion.
what we could do, maybe we could save it towards the last half of the roundtable.
The last half of roundtable will be executive session.
Okay, well, I guess not then.
I mean, we can talk about it right now. I don't personally have an answer for that. I mean, I'm good keeping it at the 8:15. You're bringing up the working with other electeds. I guess electeds in the room, do you want to use our lobbyist when working on things? I mean, Kevin, Joey,
I work through WAPA quite a bit on legislative stuff, so I mean, I'm happy to coordinate, but I'm already on that committee.
And we work with WASPIC, with our lobbyists with WASPIC. I don't think it would hurt to be also involved with, or hear information on what else is other business in the county that be the interest of the county for the lobbyists working on it. I think it'd be beneficial.
yeah, I think it'd be good if you guys had an issue, you bring it up to us to tell him that, hey, this is the side that our electeds want us to be on.
Yeah.
Because if you don't bring up something that impacting you, I'm probably not gonna know to
Right.
vote for it.
Well, and vice versa, I think, we probably should bring that up to you guys as well, if we have something that might affect you guys as well.
So are you happy to keep it at the 8:15 to 8:30? Do you wanna change it all up?
Let's keep it like it is.
Yeah, it is,
And
right?
then kind of move forward, but maybe during this time around, maybe look, there is a legislative, because like Bright Hill will let us know if there's something. Last year we had a lot of proposed changes for public defenders, so, we'll just. Look for something new, different organizations, for the impacting our officer departments, so we are either supporting it or not supporting it.
Do you want us to leave this bullet under roundtable for now?
Yeah, you could leave it under the roundtable. We could maybe just give an update of what our update was, just a quick overview. That'd be fine.
So our roundtables, moving forward, they're gonna be the last half an hour, it's going to be executive session?
No, today,
Oh, just today?
just today. The
Okay.
sheriff asked for a brief executive session to update us.
I thought it was from here on out, okay.
No. I don't have that.
We
much
sure as
stuff.
hell hope not.
Yeah. We're hoping not. Very, very true. I second the motion.
Okay. For consent agenda, do you commissioners have any questions?
Yeah, I just have a comment on Board of E, and so, I think Kevin was gonna reach out to an acquaintance in Quincy, I would like to get a District 3 Board of E member, so I really don't wanna move forward on the appointment of the Board of E quite yet, if that's possible. Was held from December 23rd, item number 3.
Any other items?
A short one.
It's only so.
Because there's only 7, we shouldn't.
No,
Mess up on them.
no other questions on consent? Do we have any walk-on items this week?
I have two. So I received and forwarded to the board 2 letters of support, one on Friday and one today. Friday's letter from Grant County Economic Development Council in support of the proposed amendment for Royal Slope Solar down in Royal City. That public hearing is being held tomorrow at 3:00. So missed the cutoff to get that on formal consent. Of course, the second letter of support came in this morning from the Port of Royal Slope. That too is in support of the comprehensive plan amendment that's being heard tomorrow at 3:00 for Royal Slope Solar.
Okay.
Thank you.
Give those to Caitlin then, and we can.
Sorry, are these needing to be like just added to the public hearing file?
Yeah, and they'll be introduced tomorrow as well by the agent for the applicant into the public record. It's a little redundant, but
I guess please bear with me, I don't understand why they need to be on consent.
well, normally letters of support of all types are introduced.
For ones
So
that the commissioners need to sign though?
they don't need to be signed. They're just letters of support for the commissioner's office, but they came to me, so I placed them on consent.
I think, couldn't they just be added to the file?
Yeah,
I don't
or
think they
I think
should be
usually on
on
letters
consent.
is the ones that there's who sign, or how would you guys handle these so that they get into the information?
First, Cindy, can you move your microphones to you? We're having a hard time hearing you. Thank you. But yes, historically, we would just add them, send them to the commissioners for review and add them to the file. So I wasn't sure why they were going to be on consent as well, but I figured Jim probably knew why.
Apparently he did not.
No, I think we'll go ahead and we will not put them on consent, or consent agenda, but we will add them to the file tomorrow, the 3:00.
Yes.
The 3:00 meeting.
I'm in support of that. Any other walk-ons? Any other business from any of you? No? Okay. Commissioner District 1 update. So this is kind of a time period that we designate to give an update of meetings maybe that weren't public with each other or things going on. So if you have anything, even though it's only been 3 days, you're welcome to share.
Well, you've already turned on the fire hose, but no, I don't have any right now. I think the only complaints I've had so far is, assessed values, so I've already talked to the assessor about that.
Second. District 2 update, not much last week with the new year, working on the agenda update with Kirk and Barb and the board, so not much to share. Tomorrow night I have a county, City of Moses Lake planning meeting, so should get some updates of things going on regionally that I'll probably bring back next week. District 3 update.
Just a reminder, everybody that's starting the high performance leadership, we have an onboarding live event Tuesday, tomorrow. I'm looking at my calendar right now. Tomorrow at 11 o'clock, I think we've got a couple elected officials and department heads signed up for the NACO leadership. Anybody in this room, Kurt signed up for it, I signed up for it. Gina, did you?
We did it.
Okay.
To quarantine.
So that starts tomorrow officially, I guess. And then Thursday, 11 o'clock in the Wanacome Heritage Center in Manawa is the Law Enforcement Appreciation Lunch, hosted by the South County Chamber. Kevin, did you not know that?
I knew about it, just.
11 o'clock. So,
Are you going to that, Cindy?
yes, I will be attending that until I have to leave at noon. I told them I would just be there for a little bit. I have my, did you want to attend?
It's on my calendar.
I was invited, so.
Okay, so. Just go ahead and
Caitlin, can you add that to his calendar?
plenty of time to add it, okay? I think that's about it.
Any other update? Any items for the board?
Commissioners, I apologize. So since Commissioner Burgess is new to the county, I'm Rebecca Kaler. I'm one of the prosecutors, one of the civil prosecutors here. I just wanted to make a note, when two commissioners are at a meeting, they have to be very careful not to discuss the information being talked about, because you get into the issue of an open public meeting. So just to be aware that is a danger if you are going to the same place as another commissioner. Any other further input, Kevin?
No.
Okay.
All right, any other items? Any questions for anyone, Kevin?
Not yet, I'm sure I will.
Then we are going to allow everyone to leave and we're going to go into a short executive session with the sheriff's office.
Happy New Year.
So you guys are aware of what's going on.
Both of us stay?
As well.
Okay.
You guys want to stick around, please?
You tell us where to go, we don't.
Well,
If someone says, I want legal there, we go.
Safety is there.
I purposely, I gotta give the update because.
Hey, Rob,
Yes.
unfortunately, my computer shut down and I don't have any host abilities until Caitlin gets back up here. So you'll have to take your, okay, perfect.
We can extend, but we can't come out
We
early.
have 40 minutes, so.
Can we do 30, and if we get done early, we get done early?
Well, we have to sit here with
Let's
legal.
do 20,
20?
and then if we need to add more.
Extending it?
So essentially you have to, somebody has to sit here, or not necessarily sit here, but you can't go into the next meeting, or you can't
20 minutes.
adjust.
20 minutes, and is this going to be potential?
Potential litigation.
Okay.
We have our attorneys here, so.
We are going to be going into executive session, beginning at 1:19, coming out at 1:40 for executive session. Where's it at? Litigation RCW 42.30.1101I.
Okay, until 1:40.
It is 1:40. We are now out of executive session. Does anybody have anything left for this roundtable meeting? Hearing none, we'll go into recess until 2 p.m. and we're back with public works.
Challenge accepted.
Kind of lead into it, yeah, so we can go home.
Good afternoon. It is 2 p.m. and we are here for our weekly Public Works update.
Thank you.
Welcome.
Thank you. It's nice to see our new commissioner, Kevin, here. Good to see you
Thank you.
again. Yeah, welcome. We didn't have much today. Dave wanted to go over some stuff on our website with you.
What do you mean, we don't have much, the website is super impressive.
Well, I mean, many topics. How's that?
I saw the
Not
page.
a, so.
I just want to point out, we have these pictures that we're still waiting, Tom Payne said he would need them up, but these are from Public Works. This is probably my favorite one of the graders. Keep thinking they stole it from a Cat or John Deere webpage.
They're authentic.
Yeah, for their costs, I'd like to have stolen it as to paid for it. Sheesh.
Oh, that's still our office. We'll get them.
Others.
So I'm gonna
Good.
turn it over to Dave to go over the website.
They've been working on our website for Public Works, so.
Team effort. So what we wanted to do is move forward with a lot of transparency for a couple of reasons. We also wanted to put information on the website for our own staff even. Just how do you do something, and all the steps are on there, so that way, if you're out, if you're a citizen, you can look at it and say, okay, there's the steps. If you're a staff member, hey, there's the steps that I follow, checklists, all those kind of things. So when you do go to offices and departments, you go to Public Works, you'll see that there's the 4 main areas of Public Works: administration, operations, engineering, my area. So road operations is really underneath John, and then administration is really underneath Andy. Solid waste is at this time as well. So going into those areas, if you get a question from someone on the phone, you might be able to direct them to certain areas. You might even be able to talk them through how to find it. But administration, one of the big areas I wanted to highlight is surplus properties, because we get a lot of questions. Hey, can I buy that property next to me? I know it's in Public Works owns it. Can I buy it? Well, there's a process. And of course, we have to make sure that it's done through a surplus process, because everyone gets an opportunity to buy it, not just, the neighbor, if you will. So you can already see there's some properties on there and what actions occurred. In this case, right now, Public Works is kind of making the choice to keep a lot of its properties for shrub step mitigation for ongoing projects. In addition, there is a property that's being donated to us. It's an old railroad right-of-way at Road W. For example, right here, you can click on that and you can see a video, a drone video of the site, because we like to be able to. Is it downloading? Yeah, it's a good size drone video. Almost done. Oh, testing our download speed here. There we go. Boom. So you'll be able to, for example, portion of it is actually our right of way that we've been using already prescriptively, but now we'll actually own it. So actually what you're seeing here is an existing county road, Road W, northwest, but do you see you're gonna go off to the right, an old railroad grade right there. So the private side didn't have, well, couldn't even use it really. It's very difficult to use. My only concern before receiving it is there's a couple spots where you have a draw and you don't want to build water up behind it and create a dam, right? So that was really my major thing to look at. You can see the old railroad grade. So our recommendation was to go ahead and take it. It's a gift. That'll actually be in front of the board next week. So you'll see a quick claim that'll come to the board for that old railroad right of grade. There's a portion of it that there's county road already in, so there is a public benefit to it. This portion, I'm not too sure what we would do with it, but about a third of it we're already using. So that'll
Northwest.
Northwest.
Northwest, okay.
So it's over by Crescent
It'd be
Bar.
north of Crescent Bar, north of Highway 28 if you went up Baird
Okay.
Springs.
Back where you grew up, really.
I know the area pretty well.
You
but,
probably
Big
do.
Hood.
So underneath,
Neighborhood.
yes,
Or,
underneath
John.
John's. So underneath the administration, you would see things like employment, et cetera, but also administration handles any purchasing of property or any surplusing of property. Also, the ER&R fund is underneath there, and you're probably aware of it, but we just at the end of last year passed a new first-time policy for how to do that, and this will help our staff know what to do. We didn't have a policy in place for ER&R. I mean, there was nothing written. Now there is a comprehensive policy written. What do you do? How do you set it up? It is
ER&R is the,
equipment rental.
so they have our vehicles, they take care of all the vehicles in the county,
Exactly.
the ER&R program.
And underneath that, you can see our policies.
And isn't it a code
Yes.
that
Yes.
you have to do ER&R, but that's for public works for like their equipment, and it was just easier for
Yeah,
the vehicles, the sheriff's vehicles, we have a couple of vehicles through the county commissioner's office.
Public Works is the only department that is required to be in E&R by state
Well,
law.
yeah, 101 is required to be in ER&R.
That is true, because solid
Solid
waste
waste
is
is
not required, you're right.
Push everything over there for them.
And the idea is we can buy this long-term equipment and we can replace it, equipment rental and replacement fund. So it's a large fund to roll 15-year equipment through, really. Gives you an idea. That,
Kevin, ER&R, that includes like all of our fuel pump maintenance, our county shops where all the maintenance happens, that all falls under 510 on the ER&R. Public Works has 3 funds, 101, 401, and 510. 401 is solid waste, and it chooses to operate inside of ER&R and run their equipment through ER&R. They're not required to. And then the sheriffs do as well. We'll allow anybody that wants to use it, but 101 is required to be in ER&R.
we will have some things forthcoming this next year in this area, but before the end of last year, we wanted to get policies and procedures out. We did. I think it's very comprehensive, and just looking around, I think we'll have to make adjustments over time, but it's an excellent start. So that is underneath administration. So administration, Public Works, let me go back. Public Works, again, has an administration division, if you will, and then road operations, John's area of expertise. You're gonna see heavy equipment operator careers, for example. Snow and ice policy, I'm sure well, so far this year, we've been lucky, so.
We've had a few.
But the rules are on there, and people are gonna call you and ask you questions, but direct them to that, because there's a certain process that we go through, and their road is not necessarily, the first road that we go to. There's maps and everything in there. Primitive roads is another one. I think we just got another request that came in on primitive roads. The reality is, by state law, it is a primitive road is something that we have the option to maintain. And we actually do a fantastic job maintaining our primitive roads. And actually, it's pretty impressive. I drive on them and they are in pretty good shape, but this time of year, they're starting to break up. And the reality is that the primitive roads are not very high on the list because they are by state law. Anything beyond the primitive road sign, we don't even have to maintain. If there's accidents that happen on there, the county is not liable at all for anything that happens on a primitive road by law. So we get to them if we can, and that's probably the best response. But you can also direct them to the website, go take a look at that, because that's the rules. You can see the state laws on there as well. And that's a common question that'll come up. Why aren't you maintaining my road? Well, you're on a primitive road. Petitions, okay. Any other comment on that one?
I don't think so, no, not right now.
And generally, I get a lot of emails that'll come to me that are asking about road operations, so I have to actually send them on to John, and then vice versa. You'll get engineering questions that get sent over to me.
And we do have also a quick link on the road operations for the maintenance areas. So people call and want to know when we're going to seal coat their area, that map will, they can look and find out where they live and see, okay, in 2026, they're gonna be here, crack filling, seal coating, all that kind of stuff. So they have that ability to look at that as well, or you can look at it and tell them when things are happening.
And also for transparency, we have the list of underneath road construction, what roads will be done when. So we have every few years, we will update our gravel to oil scoring. And the 2019, I reviewed it. It is actually very good, very applicable, and it lays out these roads in this order that will be done next, gravel to oil. So for example, this year we did G.7 to H, and then 7.8 northeast. This is down McConaughey.
Nepal area.
The Nepal area. It's a problematic one road, and that'll get paved with BST, basically oiled. And how do we have this year, 2025? I don't know if we're gonna be able to do both of those this year. If there's ever a year where we don't have funding, what it would do is it would stay in that same order, but it would just get pushed back to the following year. But this is the intent right now per the current gravel to oil scoring. This is the road. So I had someone call me up just last month and asked me, and I said, well, the good news is you're on the list, but you're gonna have to wait 4 years. It was, see if I can remember. I think is it K or 12K? 12 Southwest maybe, can't remember. So if they're asking about gravel to oil roads, there is a list and all the scoring is shown, transparent, it's out there. And you can see we've already been going down the list. You can see the completes. And by the way, we just restarted in 23 because there was a couple of years where we stopped. All right, so underneath engineering, if you go straight to the engineering area, you'll notice, yes, on the left-hand side, you can get to areas, but also there's more of kind of a, I don't know what to call it, GUI interface or whatever, that quickly explains. If you click anywhere inside this permits area, it'll take you to permits. And by the way, we do our permits online now, 24/7. Someone can apply online for a permit in the public works area, as well as the planning and building services area. On the weekend, in the middle of the night, they can apply now for a permit. We're probably not gonna process it then, but we will see it and it'll get routed to the right person. And generally, all permitting and all development, we try to turn things around in 2-week interval, everything. We'd like to get it on our desk and get it out the door so that that is, but occasionally we get a lot coming in, so it may be longer than 2 weeks, but we do our best to get these things turned out pretty quick. Anyways, online permitting. Permits, private development. I also noticed we put down an email who the primary is in that area and who to contact. So if you get someone asking you questions, first thing to ask them is, of course, have you already talked to the county staff on it? And if they haven't, let the county staff have an opportunity to do it. If there's problems, talk to the supervisor, and there's always two sides to every situation, of course. Private development, Tyler Brady's doing an awesome job with private development review. Problem is, we're moving them over more onto the design side, so we're gonna need to have a new person working in this area. Petitions, this is a common area that board members are always being asked. Changes on roads. So someone will come to you and say, hey, I wanna sign up, or I want new paint, or when they ask you that, it's say, okay, put in a petition for it. They can put a petition into the board, to yourselves, or to the county engineer who will get it back to the board anyways. So if you click here, you can see all the petitions that are currently going. So let's just take a look at, I want 2023 petitions. So there's a list and what the board did. How did the board take action, or did they take action? So you can see, and I gave them all petition numbers. So we just started this in 23 and it's been working out really well. We have a scoring form that seems to work out pretty well as well. And then I recommend to the board what to do, but you don't have to necessarily do what I recommend. But I usually have reasons for it, so I'll walk that through. And then 2024 And you can see we have several that are under legal review right now. So for example, school zones, which are something coming up this month. There's gonna be hearings coming up shortly to adjust our code to add school zones, because we haven't had school zones. Then we also have another one, let's see if it's on here. Under legal review, yes, speed zones and golf cart zones. This is at Moses Point, their golf course there. So there's gonna be some things that'll be coming up. I will bring forth the information to you and give you a recommendation. And then you'll have some time, and obviously people will talk to you from all directions. You know, there's reasons why I usually move forward with the recommendation. Staff is part of that too. I get a lot of input from staff. So petitions is a big area that the board is involved. Again, underneath engineering, permits, private development petition. Road planning is another big area. This year, I think last year, I think we did a really good job getting our 6-year plan out. And our 6-year plan is on our website. So if people ask you questions about what are you doing? Well, we have 48 projects totaling almost $60 million, of which 80% plus is grant funded in the queue. And that is fantastic. If you take a look at the first year that I was here, 23, I had the projects that were given to me, and it was about 5 million. So this last year, 24, we went up to 10 million. So we doubled our output. By the way, the year before that, of course, there were COVID years, so there's reasons, but we were down to just $3 million of capital road projects. That is money that's coming into our community. It's so important to have that flow of money coming into our community. It's really 10 to $14 million a year for our communities. That's a big deal. So you can see the plan for this year is really aggressive. Made these guys uncomfortable. Very aggressive, but it's 90%. It's over 90% funded by grants this next year, which is fantastic. So I like to go for things, right? So this is the projects for 25. So if anyone asks, and there's maps that show you where they're located. And as soon as we get them, we'll have our plans up. So like a 10% plans. So for example, I have meetings, community meetings for Desert Air and for West Shore Drive. So I'm gonna have 10% or 60% drawings, whatever they be, up pretty soon, that they'll be able to click on and go to them. So as the year goes, also in some cases, there's drone video, so you can kind of see what the current situation is. Sometimes that explains exactly why we're doing it. But drone video, images, and plans, project plans will be up there too. And that helps me when I'm out in the community and I have to talk to somebody. I can say, all right, well, I've got those plans on the website already, so I'll bring them up. All right, anyways, you can see 25 through 30, all the projects are on there, and right now the current grant funding. Notice that for the last couple of years of the 6-year plan, we don't have as many projects yet because we typically add projects. And this year, we're gonna be doing that. We're gonna be doing a little bit more workshops and a little bit more long-range planning. Basically, I'm frankly getting better at my job. This is my 3rd year, so I'm figuring out what to do, and I can bring things forth to you better. So we're getting better at this game. That is a major area underneath engineering where you'll get lots of questions from the public. You don't have to memorize everything. There's a lot of information on the website, and you can always direct them to that too as a first thing. Road grants, this gives you kind of a view into my world of going after. There's so many sources for grants and grant money. And frankly, I don't think we've tapped it all yet, but I'm at kind of my limit of what I can do without some more help. So road ordinances, we're gonna see some of this coming up pretty soon as well. Traffic operations, another common area where you'll get a lot of questions, people asking for roadway signs. We have to be really careful of doing individual improvements. So if we change the sign at one location and an accident happens down the road that has a similar situation and we didn't change that sign, that can be used against us. So what we want to try to do is to do comprehensive adjustments rather than individual adjustments. That's part of the game, is comprehensive safety as opposed to individual safety. And the average Joe doesn't understand the liability behind that. So it is important to not get pushed to do an individual adjustment. Anyways, so traffic engineering, we are doing a lot right now underneath Safe Streets for All. And soon after that, we'll have Complete Streets grants as well. This year, there's gonna be some ordinances that we'll have to make some adjustments to for safety reasons. Bridge, we have what, 256?
Yeah.
256 bridges. So I don't know if that number's correct. Might need to be updated. And we're doing some of the cities as well.
We have 191 that are reportable to the feds in the state. That means they're over 20 feet. The rest are short spans.
Thank you.
And used to be our bridge person, is why he knows.
He still is. I think it's a lifetime
I guess he's the unofficial.
lifetime appointment pretty much, because he has so much knowledge with bridges. It's amazing. Consulting, we need to do some work here, frankly. We need to get better at the game of consulting some of this stuff and getting it out this next year. So there will be some adjustments there. Road construction, I believe we have completely turned things around. We are now doing, in just 3 years, we're doing triple the amount of production than we were. I mean, we've gone from 4 million to over 12 million a year in just a couple of years, which is awesome for our community. And Bob's been at the point of the spear on that, doing a great job. He's cranking it up. And by the way, in the past, we used to do that many projects and more. So we just had to get back into that kind of production and productivity. And that's a product of, you don't want to change your county engineer constantly because they will never get started. And fortunately, this stuff, the planning, all that stuff goes away. So anyways, we're back into it now though. So there's a lot of information on there underneath engineering. I'm sure you'll get lots of questions. You don't have to know it all right now. I don't know it all. Then this solid waste, I think Joan's been filling this in, right? Because this has grown a lot. Most of the changes you're seeing on this website are just in the last 3 months. This has radically changed the Public Works website in just 3 months. It's fantastic to get that information out there. Before that, it was all kind of black box. No one knew what we were doing. And unfortunately, we may not have been either because we didn't have, on the website, if you have a process labeled of how to do something, it's easier for our own staff to follow that. Did I go to the wrong place? Works right. Perfect example, having steps right on our website, what to do. The surplus properties list is perfect. What do? Well, you gotta send a letter to the Public Works Director to ask them to consider surplusing a parcel of land. That's the first step. There it is. Walk that process. And then having those things on our website really helps. It helps staff to do that. What to do. Also going to online for our permitting is a big deal as well. Getting further and further away from paper documents that get lost and damaged. Do you guys have anything else to add? Was that just kind of doing a quick overview for everybody?
No, I didn't have anything to add.
No.
Okay. I'm sure we'll have more. Did you have anything else as well? So next week, you see, I'm already got some things on the agenda for next week. Okay. Anything for us?
No, I think it's great. I think having it on the website is awesome. The more the public can do on their own is better. It frees you up from having to answer their questions when they can just read it right there. If they're that interested, they're gonna get on there and look it up.
And when I'm on the phone with them, I'll actually walk them through how to get to it. And then once they see that it's on the website and there's a whole bunch of information, situation
Well,
can
even,
totally
yeah,
change.
you gotta call, it's like, just a minute, let me pull it up on the website,
Yeah.
you either forward it to them or, show them where it's at, but it's very, very handy.
And it's already helped you, I can tell, because you'll
I know,
you'll
I'm
text me, it's like,
like,
oh, I found it on the website. And it gives,
Right here, looks like I can forward it to you, or, if you go to the website, under engineering or other, I get a lot of like speed limit reduction or increase, so you can kind of send them there and there's the process.
the county engineer from Douglas County, when I was talking to him in a meeting, said, you guys have been really updating your website. I said, yeah. He said, we've been watching you. So they're watching what we're doing and they're making changes to their website. I thought that was great. So anyways.
Well, right
doing
now
good.
it's getting the messaging out because
Yes.
it has not been this useful. Dave said 3 months. I think it's been closer to 6 or 8 that has been a fairly good tool
Yeah.
that his team's put together, but it's getting the message out that there is some good stuff on there and it is useful.
Well, the beauty of it is when they call, you can direct them to the webpage or forward it to them. Otherwise, it was kind of your responsibility to continue running it down or, okay, let me check into this for you or let me, and so now it's just like, oh, here you go, here's your
Yeah, it shifts it
application.
back to them,
Yeah.
shifts the burden back to them. I think it's great and it's all there, so.
Pretty handy.
One of the big things that has been happening lately is several of the, on the private side, people have been talking about doing road improvement districts again. And all the steps for a road improvement district are right on the website. There's a very nice checklist. It's a big process to go through. But now even developers are looking at it, it's like, oh, we could do a road improvement district, yeah, as long as you get all the property owners to join you or the majority to join you. There's a checklist and right now Zach Washburn does our road improvement districts. So we've had a second road improvement district come in. Oh, yeah, it's starting to happen.
Where's that at? What
Oh,
district?
so the new one that just came in, just started it this morning. I can't remember, I'm sorry. Remember the project number. That's it. But it'll be on the website, so.
Did Marlon ever get back to you guys?
Maybe that's where it is.
That is not one of the road improvement districts, but that's a good idea. I don't know if they wanna go through, it's an onerous process to go through a road improvement district. If you had.
I just wondered if in general.
I think they only have like 2 or 3 property owners along that, so it's easier for them to get together and work it out. But if you have 20, 30 people, that's a whole different matter. Road improvement district might be the way to go. Spokane County did over 600 road improvement districts. It's how they really expanded their road network back in the 70s through early 2000s. All right, you've been briefed. I'm sure we'll talk more as we go forward.
Any questions for us or?
No, just that I didn't mean for the road improvement district. They had just said they were gonna reach out to you guys. I wondered if they had again.
Not at all. And when a road improvement district starts, we'll list it on here. When it officially starts, because it's considered one of the petitions. You as the board, you're heavily involved at certain points along the way of a road improvement district.
That's all we have.
You plan to fill the litter crew positions? Are you going to do a small increase on your tonnage or do you not need to?
I don't know if we'll need to, cause we're picking it up now with road crew members when we can. We have that summer litter crew. I mean, we'll see a bump, immediately, but then it'll just hopefully keep it clean. But yeah, I was working with Jonathan today on those 2 positions. Like to get them out.
And I also sometimes feel like just getting somebody a chicken, a hot dog or a marshmallow, it's like, here you go, here's your little campfire. Just
Yeah, it's pretty
worship.
bad. And we want them to, I mean, not only are they gonna do illegal dumps, but they're gonna walk the roadways and pick up the shoulders and so it will help a lot.
Is there a way for people to get in touch with you guys when there are illegal dumps out there? Does that come through the sheriff's department or how's that work?
We get them through the sheriffs, we get phone calls. A lot of times they'll call the landfill and then go that route, so.
Dave, where's it?
It's an excellent question. That's something that should be on there.
Well, I know where to show us, I'm like, okay, so I can.
I've not seen it.
I don't know if Joe's got that up there yet.
No, I don't think it's on there, but that's a fantastic question.
Yeah, we do get a couple calls on that. Illegal dumping.
That came up quite a bit.
Yeah.
I don't wanna interrupt your update, but John had sent an email this morning about billing. And since all 3 of you were here, I thought we'd come in and talk to you. We can do it in recess or we could do it it's up to you guys. If you guys are done with your update or if you just wanna keep going. So,
So it's, yeah, it's like in public works.
yeah.
You probably consider the people. I was wondering, I thought you were just trying to get the
First, I'm gonna ask you about stormwater though. Isn't it, do you know off the top of your head, building owner, right, or anybody, they're required to take care of any storm drainage on their own property. Does that ring a bell with you at all?
Yes, unless it's overland flow, if there's drainage coming onto your site, you're allowed to pass it through that amount of drainage, but you're absolutely right, you should handle your own storm drainage. You would treat it and infiltrate it.
Okay, so now I'm gonna set you up.
Okay.
All right. You're leasing a building, and the owner of the building comes to you and says, I'm considering this a maintenance action, I want you to take care of the parking lot that's flooding, that's your problem, not mine. And it's stormwater that's traveling to that property that you're leasing. Would you consider that your responsibility?
No, if it's overland stormwater coming from another location, you should not be doing harm to those downstream of you. So
I think we are the downstream
You're
so
recipients.
we're receiving stormwater
Yeah.
from someone else, yeah, they're damaging us, they are liable.
Plus, we're leasing it.
I like,
we're leasing
well, we're
it,
leasing
yeah.
it from the same guy that's causing it, so.
Well, they should not be damaging our operations. And we hold the lease for that property, and his other property should not be damaging our operations. Yeah, so he needs to take care of his
He does.
stormwater for his
I
site.
agree. Thanks.
I knew David would have an answer.
Yeah.
Okay, so the billing now, I don't know if it's gonna be quite this easy.
No,
Great
it
answer,
won't.
Dave. Great answer.
No, this is gonna go back to being messy. So John had sent an email this morning regarding billing. We thought that at the beginning of the year that we were gonna make billing easier. Mandy sent us a whole ton of codes that would have made things a lot worse if I'm,
No.
okay, go ahead then, take over.
So it was going to be an improvement for us.
Yeah.
But she gave me codes that were specific to your operations, and I said, no, I don't want a code for them. I want a code for our budget. So that's what you're,
Right, so
so,
long story short,
yeah.
we're still doing the same thing we did last year, which I know you don't like.
It's kind of ridiculous, yes.
It's kind of ridiculous.
For Jaira, for everybody.
Everybody. And we still can't figure out, working with accounting, how to get around that.
So, well, we thought we had it figured out.
Yeah.
And then when we came to the budgets, I don't know if you'll remember this or not, Cindy, but during our budget process, the way we had it set up is all the facilities and maintenance expenses for public works were going to be paid out of central services. But when we came to the budget, you said, wait a minute, they
So-
have lots of money to
Put us
pay
back
for
to-
that.
Because current expense is kind of like what happens basically on the county and renew and public works.
So we can't figure out a way with
So,
accounting,
yeah, we don't wanna use our money to
how to
pay
not
their-
have that ridiculous mess.
Yes.
So we're just trying to figure out a building
Because-
situation that works.
Ultimately, your department has to take financial responsibility for it.
But it has to go through you.
That's the part I don't understand. If we ultimately have responsibility to pay the invoices, which we should, fine. Why does it go through you at all? Why don't they just turn into us? We pay them and we code them out to our 510, 101, 401. And you have, I know payroll, obviously, right? That has to, because Brian's through you guys. That's all fine, but why do the invoices even come to you?
So then that gets back to budgeting concerns that,
Who knows what's being spent, right? So if we're taking care of the facility, but we're not managing the budget, we don't, how do we best manage the facility? If we're the ones getting the calls, the work orders are coming to us, we're having to go out and spend the money to facilitate the repairs. But we never really know how much money we have because we're not paying the bills and we're not controlling the budget. So it makes it difficult for us to do things on the fly, same as it would for you, right? And so that's where that becomes convoluted.
For me, it comes all back to just you guys take care of the courthouse, we'll take care of public works, and then we go back to the way it used to be, instead of this mess it's become. But that's on you guys.
So when they go to just maybe buy an air filter or can't they just charge it to Public Works,
Well,
or, I guess I'm just trying to,
So what's happening now, Cindy, what happened in 24 and what we were trying to get rid of is we doubled the admin costs for Vanessa, Jahira. They buy a $3,000 door. They pay the bill and then they bill us because we don't know if it came out of 101, 510 or 401 fund. And then we reimburse central services out of the appropriate fund that door was bought for.
so we don't get to control their budget and their budget is very granular compared to ours. Because you have all of the various funding sources that are funding those budget lines that are different than ours. So we can't necessarily we can't directly charge to those.
Cause then we don't know.
Well, because we don't have.
Cause it's these,
Yeah, exactly
There was
opposite.
a time period when I could have put in and coded to their budget and had it done, but there was about 3 years ago, we were taking that control away and said that we can't post anything to other departments' budgets because we have no control of their budget and we shouldn't mess in their budget,
It should
which
be
makes
separate.
sense.
yeah, which makes sense, yeah.
So,
And we know where that door went because Brian will code the invoice to 401, let's say in this case. So when we go to reimburse central services, we know where the funds get transferred from. So that, I thought we were gonna go to where 401 in this case would just pay it and not pay the vendor and not reimburse central services. And it was just gonna be wages and benefits for, well, hopefully 2 employees.
So we would just directly pay for all materials and supplies.
Yeah.
But then we would pay the monthly wage. Okay,
That still goes through central services.
that would actually make less paperwork for both sides?
But then wasn't the issue that maybe priorities?
Well, so we've had department heads in the past, everybody here excluded, okay? I mean, they don't tell us when they're spending money, and then we go and effect a repair, and then they come back to us after the fact, even though they asked for it and said, well, we don't have the money for that. Well, why not? Well, we don't have it in our budget. Why didn't you tell us that before we went and spent the $5,000? And we've had that happen, so that's where that becomes an issue, because I trust all three of you. But we've had the experience in the past with more than one department. And then I'm the one sitting in front of them going, I need a budget extension.
I don't know, that's where we're at with this, is spend more money.
you track, so you track, and then social services.
So we track, but Jahira also has to track,
So
you
we're
know, so,
doubling up our
yeah,
work.
doubling up. the
Admin costs for all that
So it
is
just seems
double.
like it would be easier, Public Works paid for,
Materials and supplies.
yeah.
But then we would have to make sure to put it to
Somehow we,
silo. And then we also need to have a monthly tracking that you can see too.
we have to have some kind of budget reporting so that we know where we stand, and it has to be up to date. And so one of our problems in maintenance, and you guys are probably the same, is we went to QuickBooks because we couldn't, because GP,
Interesting.
we've been using
So
it for
we do
years.
both.
Yeah, we do both because GP is always 2 months behind. We can't operate and be nimble, so to speak, if you're gonna use GP.
Very interesting. I did not know that.
We get real time, yeah, so I mean, on any given day, I can give you up to the
Where you're
day
at, yeah.
reporting on our finances. And you cannot do that in GP, and it makes it really difficult. And a lot of times we're operating that way, especially when we have all of our various budget lines that only have so much.
GP is our also
You're
something
managing
we're
that.
moving our accounting to Tyler Tech.
So just a minute, I've talked to Mandy about that, and we don't think we're probably gonna be able to get rid of QuickBooks when we go to the new ERP.
Oh, okay.
We're probably gonna have to.
Cause it's gonna,
When did that come about?
Well, I've talked to her this morning and I've talked to her numerous times. She doesn't know that it's going to
What's the
accomplish what.
purpose of spending millions of dollars on ERP if we can't get rid of QuickBooks?
That's news to me.
That's news to me, yeah, that's new. That's new news.
I've been
not good.
hearing little snippets like that.
That might be a good question for accounting.
Okay, so back to,
The double books for, if possible, it does make a lot of sense that we have to coordinate We're gonna have to coordinate either direction.
I
But
think-
If we pay for materials and supplies but what you're saying is that you have an accounting to the day, and on our side, we may be a month behind.
It's
And
just,
that's a concern.
I just don't wanna be left in the lurch, right? And then the commissioners, the legislative body, right? They need to know that if we get into that position, that it wasn't because of financial mismanagement,
No.
right? It was,
Well, Public Works has a little bit more money than the rest of us, all of us.
We have-
but the point
We're
being,
separately funded.
properly
We're
accounting
separately
and being
funded.
able to tell people, you
Yeah,
know,
where they're at.
where the beans are moving back and forth from, right? So we can try it, I mean, if you wanna do that.
I
you
would
wanna do
advise
regular
doing that
budget
for
reporting.
25.
So now, all of that was put in our budget, so then would we have to have accounting move all of that out of
For
our budget?
But
materials
it's
and
for,
services.
so I don't know how, if it's just kind of a in and out, if it's actually,
Well, right now it is basically an in and out.
okay, so then you wouldn't really be budgeted if it's a, like accounts receivable.
Well, it
accounts
is,
payable,
because we
accounts-
have budget lines in there specifically, so that we could know where we were paying things and what the true expenses were. And then we were going to have a revenue account that was just paid into it.
Yeah.
In 2024, we were going literally in and out. If we went into a 3,100 account, I was depositing it back into a 3,100 account, and so it was a flow through.
Yeah, our budgets aren't set up exactly the same as Public Works, right? So they
So
don't,
I would say if Public Works wants to pay directly for their repairs, other than the employee, we try to centralize all of our
so,
maintenance staff so that they were
All together.
basically, yes.
so let's talk about this operationally then. So let's say that, let's say you put in a request for a new compressor, okay? Right? You guys are managing that budget. You put in a work request. Kevin's got it, or, you know, it's assigned to Brian or whoever his helper is, whoever that ends up being. You guys pay for that. I mean, we need to make sure it was approved by you guys, okay? So, I wanna make sure operationally that we're capturing that the right way.
It's important for those workers, just like their timesheets, to put it toward that type, so if they're working in solid waste, then that goes to that
And that-
That
fund.
would be
And that's-
after the fact though, right?
So we have to just make sure that the worker that's doing the work is for their timesheet, but also for the materials, stating what they're working on. So then on our side, when we receive that invoice, maybe even if it had the fund number on it, 101 roads, we probably will be able to tell by what it is.
Well, you might not.
But if we're not, it would be nice if that was at least written on that invoice.
Well, so
what
what's
fund it's
happening
from.
right now is when I'm getting invoices, I send them to Brian and say, please code these. They come back to me and then I send them over again. So I mean, there's more layers than.
Yeah.
So basically Brian would keep doing the same. He would go ahead and code them, but then hand it to us and we would pay on it.
So what that would also mean is like, we set Brian up on all of our charge accounts and stuff. Brian then would need to come off of all of our charge accounts and be separated so that we didn't get them enmeshed.
Well,
Brian already knows our codes.
yeah.
Yes, he's-
No, Brian
Okay.
has used them all
And
year
he has,
because,
he has.
yeah. Because we need to pull it out of the appropriate fund to reimburse you. And same with the time card, if he has 20 hours in 101, 10 in 401, and 10 in
Yeah, see, we
510.
don't use those.
No, I know you don't, but
Yeah.
So
but
can-
when we reimburse you, we pull the funds out of those three separate funds, so that we're not benefiting, one fund benefiting another.
So when Brian invoices something and he codes it to us, can he scan, send, however he goes about sending you his invoices, gives us the original to pay, but sends you so you can keep track of what's going out
In your QuickBooks?
in your QuickBooks that way?
Well, we,
Or does that not work
that
that
would
way?
keep it in our, I mean, the way we have it set up in our umbrella, it's part of our budget in order to keep it in there.
And
So-
see, we have, all three of them have their own budget number, and I don't remember what the numbers were to you, but
No.
let's say it's 250,000 to 101, 150 to 401, and 50 to 510. We have all three of them separated out. They all total, I think it's about 500,000, but they're all three different.
So
So
I don't see where, if you're gonna take it over, where we would need to know. Do you?
And that's because we don't want to duplicate records, because it's more administrative effort. The whole
I mean,
idea is to
that's not eliminating
simplify.
anything,
Sure,
but yeah.
yeah. Yeah, I just don't wanna get into the position where we've facilitated some maintenance somewhere and then somebody comes and says, well, we didn't have the money for that. I just need to make sure that that can't happen. Because we're gonna fix a facility. You know, if we see a need, we're gonna fix it.
Centralizing the labor only, does that, and the board wanted to centralize this. If we just centralize the labor alone, would that be acceptable? And then the materials and
Well, yeah,
supplies
I
would
really
still
don't
be
want-
reimbursed.
And the easiest would be like public or current expense paying for all of it, but I just don't want to deplete current expense.
No, I totally get it, yeah.
So I think if Vanessa and Tom, if they're okay, just having Brian code it and then bill you so that, and then your budget, you just won't spend or receive out of that budget.
Well, so then I wouldn't, I would be removed from the billing process, period. Where the invoice would go directly to them.
For public works.
Yes, but now the other issue that was kind of a concern that we had was energy manager.
We,
And I could copy those and make sure
I
that
just
they
need,
get.
I just need copies of the PUD
Okay,
bills.
we could take care of that, yeah.
Yeah, I just
Does
need,
that simplify it for
we just
everybody?
have to import those bills into Energy Manager so that we can capture that energy
Yeah.
cost.
Still though, the funds are in our budget as an expense right now.
So we would,
their
we would
maintenance.
just, we would just have to ask Mandy to move.
To move it,
So question, so your budget is current expense?
yes.
So why can't essentially current expense, if we've given you the 500,000 for your budget, just pay like we talked about if we've already paid it?
You gave it to us, it's a reimbursable, so we just don't spend that account, we'll have a.
But we're gonna reimburse whatever current
Yeah, so you
expense
will pay it
spends.
directly. Yeah, so you just don't.
Okay, so I'm getting a little.
I know, I'm sorry. I
So
threw a monkey wrench in everything.
You wouldn't do anything.
I'm just
That's
asking.
really upsetting.
Well, the other problem is we don't know exactly the number that's gonna come out of each one of our funds.
Well, so,
And I don't know that Mandy would allow you to transfer money to current expense.
Yeah.
From those, because those are special use
Yeah.
funds,
Yeah.
right? Yeah.
What's energy,
It's a program I use to track what the energy cost is because of the Clean Buildings Act and all that.
so would we would pay the bill, you just need to see how much power
I'm
we're
already paying
using?
the bill, I just need a copy of the PUD bill.
Okay,
And
Because all I'm doing
yeah.
is importing the energy use, I'm importing your kilowatt hours, you know, and all that stuff so that I can report through portfolio manager with commerce and through what's the other one? I'm brain, the name, Energy Star. Energy Star is partnered with commerce and I have a requirement now under the law to report on the energy use of our buildings and meet the standards of the Clean Buildings Act. And you've got a tier 1 building, and you've got a bunch of tier 2 buildings, and it's a whole fun campus.
sounds like it.
Okay,
Glad you got that job.
so if I'm hearing what you're saying and what you said a second ago is that if we couldn't transfer those funds, we just simply, it would just go back to current expense at the end of the year because we wouldn't have used it because they would have paid it out of their funds.
Direct.
Yeah, because you probably had the expenses and the revenue portion would have been either coming from that. I mean, it comes in and out, so I don't know how, without looking at your budget. But if you're not getting
Expenses
revenue
and
in,
revenue
it'll
both
be
from
coming
it.
out, yeah. So you just don't spend it, you just leave that account alone and then, because you would definitely, because it was just double entry, you would enter it and then.
We don't want to do that.
And then they would turn around and
They
enter it
would-
also.
So it was just, we just stopped one entry of it in and out, so.
We'll just still have the labor and benefits for
So if
Brian.
that works
Yeah.
for, hopefully that simplifies.
That's gonna simplify a lot.
Majorly.
Yeah, it's a game changer. So we've centralized the labor, but not the materials and.
Jim, go ahead. Go ahead.
No, you're good, carry
Say,
on.
do me a favor and make this a bullet point list on the website.
Cause you never know, what happens if I'm sick or I'm gone, it's all there.
We can all track it.
No, that will simplify things quite a bit.
But on our side, honestly, then we're gonna be able to see those invoices and be paying on them. We'll be able to track it ourselves and know and if it does go over, we're responsible to do a budget extension at the end of the year. It's not you at all, so we would handle that.
And maybe we could ask Jaira just to do kind of a budget report, even a simple Excel thing that she could just send us.
She did one for us about June of last
Yeah.
year, could kind of give us an
Once a
idea where we
quarter
were or something, so
Just
yeah.
so we kind of have some vision into where we're at.
That would be much better than trying to continue to track it all.
Yeah, because we're with you.
No, I know, I got the email from Kathy from you about, no, I'm paying, and I'm like, I thought we.
What are we doing?
Not just non-accounting, but every time we thought we had something fixed, and it was like, wait a minute.
Good timing, very beginning of the year, so this is the time to do this.
Yeah.
Yeah, so if you,
I'll send Kathy an email telling
Okay.
her I'm gonna be sending everything back.
yeah, and we'll remove Brian from your accounts, tell him no longer to use central services to go back to doing what he
Yes, now we are
Immediately.
gonna have a little bit of an overlap because of course I have probably things that are
In the queue.
just that interim period.
Well, we've run into the problem of course, Jaira being gone, we haven't been able to close 2024 and open 2025, so none of our invoices have been entered thus far. Because she'd have to double entry them
So we're in
once she
great
did
shape.
that.
Yeah, we're in great shape.
Yeah, Babies are amazing.
Wow.
When is she coming back?
well, she actually called me today. She worked the week before Christmas.
Yeah, she came in for a little bit.
Yeah, and she was actually gonna work today, but her mom, AKA her babysitter, got sick, so she called and asked if she could do some work for home, trying to close out 2024, and so she's actually working today.
So she'll be back soon, any day.
Yeah.
Please,
Yeah.
we miss JP.
So is it okay for us to communicate this to Mandy or
Yeah.
does that,
No, yeah,
or should we
yeah.
just let her know the change of plans?
I'm good with whatever you guys do. You throw Mandy in the mix, you guys are over $1 million a year. I hope you could work together for the best solution.
Just glad you got to do it today and not 2 months from now.
And I don't think, I mean, we've been working together decent, it's just that for Vanessa and Jaira, the doubling of the admin was driving me crazy. That just,
It's crazy.
that's horrible. And I'm glad we found a resolution to it. Probably no more than Vanessa.
If you see me dancing down the hall.
I'm gonna go early today because I don't need to stay till 7 o'clock tonight.
No, I'm glad we could resolve that, that'll help a great deal.
Thank you.
Okay, well, sorry to keep you guys waiting. I thought you were just looking at the fabulous public works webpage.
I was hoping they were here to talk about that.
I knew when he walked in.
You guys have anything else? Are you done?
We're good.
We're good.
That's until 3:30 when we're back for additional update.
Okay.
Good afternoon. It is 3:31 and we are here for a district court update. Hello, Desiree, Judge Gwen.
Hello.
We didn't really have an agenda, but with the new commissioner, we wanted to at least come and say hello. And then also for 2025, Judge Gwen is going to be the district court presiding judge, so we wanted to make sure that you guys were aware of that change. Otherwise.
Congrats, Judge.
Yeah.
Yeah.
First time, right?
Yeah.
Exciting.
He's been assistant presiding since he became a judge, so he's at least.
I could have jumped right into that, right out of the gate.
Yep.
So. I've kind of been acting as presiding for the past few months.
Couple months,
Just
yeah.
because learning the ropes from Judge Barlow, so. Like, what do we have to do and making sure I understand all that. So.
Got to be a part of the budget this year. Found that was
Yes,
very riveting.
That's always fun.
It is riveting.
Good times. Yeah, otherwise we're just chugging along.
Was 23rd the day we did it?
Whatever, I think I wrote it on there.
Okay. I don't know what this other part is, so.
You still have your grant?
Four.
We have lots
Or
of grants.
safety.
Yeah, I got an email recently on that, and so we're gonna need to probably look at what's required for that. Mandy in accounting has been working on it with me, but trying to navigate what it is that they need from us. And then we'll have to figure out how to engage Tom. So can't be done without him, for sure. But we got a $1.5 million court security grant. It's to secure a single point of entry for this building. But there's just some strings and red tape that we have to navigate to figure out what we're doing with that. Not everyone supports the same mission, so we're working our way through it.
I think it would be beneficial for more than just the courts too,
Mm-hmm.
at the end of the day. We've
And it's
talked about
everyone
it.
in this building.
We've talked about it for years and nothing's ever happened.
Yeah.
Even when I was just a lawyer, it's been talked about for years. But
So that would mean all the public would have to come in the front door then. And all these other-
So what they're talking about doing is enclosing the breezeway between the Law and Justice Building and this building. And then that way it'd be a single point for both buildings essentially.
Because they have security on that side already.
yeah, if we use the breezeway, the idea would hopefully be people could still enter from both sides of the, but, yeah. I know some people don't like it, but I think at the end of the day, some of the other people are just as much at risk as the court is.
For sure.
No one likes the treasurer, right? Or what?
The assessor.
The assessor, yeah.
Nobody likes the assessor, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
So it's like, yeah, and you guys I've seen angry people come down here a lot, so, right?
We get a few.
Yeah.
That's why.
You get some of the same ones that we
That's
do.
why you're sitting here, you're sitting in that spot, and Desiree, you might want to sit on the other side so you can see who's coming in.
Yeah.
Oh, good to know.
Yeah. I didn't do that on purpose, but I heard that there was a reason why we're sitting this way now, so. Anyway,
We're still catching up from the outage. That really impacted us a lot. Our clerks are still behind, but they're just working their way through it. It's amazing how much work can pile up when you're limited on what you could do for several weeks. And then, of course, we kind of flip the switch on and court's going, and so we've got all our normal work and then all the stuff that we are still working on catching up on, and we're short-staffed to boot, but we're working our way through it, as always. Confident that we'll get there eventually. Got a posting open, we have a couple open positions, so assuming we can get those filled and get people rooted, we'll be in a much better place.
Are you getting the applicants you want? I mean, are you seeing decent applicants or?
We're not getting the applicant pool we got before COVID. Unfortunately, the quality or the numbers. But I will say the last couple of batches, we've at least had more applicants. the quality for what we require isn't necessarily improving, but there's more to choose from, which is huge. The courts are, a lot of people think that they want to work in the courts, but it's not what is expected sometimes. So it's really hard to find that right fit.
Yeah, it's not your ordinary average job, and then we get so many people that think they wanna do it, then they're like, I don't know about this. So.
Yeah.
Maybe till lunchtime and then they're out.
Yeah.
Yeah.
We have, you would be surprised sometimes. We have started doing tours. So when you come in for an interview, you check in 15 minutes early and one of our leads takes you around and kind of shows you the inside of the office. These are all of the desks and they all do different things and all of the people, and you could be, you're gonna have to learn them all eventually. You could be moved between them. We're on all 3 floors of this building. We have offices in Moses Lake. And I think doing that before their first day is highly beneficial because people would come in on day 1, that's the first thing that happens, and then they're deer caught in the headlights. The rest of the day, nothing else sticks. So doing that first is been really nice. People have a better idea what they're walking into.
That's one of the goals that I have with presiding is to see if we can remedy that and not get the turnover that we get so much, but it's one of those jobs that we get turnover on. It just is, I think people have the idea of working in the court is fascinating and then when you actually work in a courtroom, it's different. Like it's not as fun as I think everyone thinks it is. So just a lot of work, a lot of people. I mean, district court goes through people, lots of people.
And there's change all the time. I've never worked somewhere where there's so much change. Not only do you have electeds who all have a different idea of how things should be done sometimes, but we have legislative changes on top of that. And so the staff generally sees, gosh, they're always making changes, but it's because legislation makes this one tiny change and it affects this whole trickle of policies. And so that's really hard. It's really hard to stay on top of all of that for me. And it's even harder for them. I just have to make the policies. They have to abide by all of them. So it's a lot. It's a different job than most people expect, but for those that get in there and love it, it's great.
Yeah. You guys have anything else for us?
Community court going all right?
Community court is going good. We did lose a participant.
Yeah.
One of our participants was the individual who passed away at the jail. He had done really well in our program. Unfortunately, about 6 months into it, met a girl, kind of took off with the girl, ended up back here in our community. And so I don't know what the details of what happened at the jail, but he was not doing what he was supposed to do when they picked him back up. But no, we have a lot of people doing really well.
How many graduations now? 6?
6. We've graduated 6 people. So
That in itself is worth it.
Yeah.
Well, how long's it been going on?
April. We started in April of 23. So yeah, April of 24 was, so yeah, we're about a year and a half into it.
How many have completed?
6.
6 have graduated.
6 have graduated. We got 2 more coming up the next month or 2. I think we'll have one at the end of the month. He's been with us probably the longest. We're finding they don't want to leave because they lose that accountability and support system a little bit. So we're trying to really, the next step is to try to figure out how to do an alumni group or get them some other additional support beyond us. Because that was one of the biggest things we didn't anticipate. Like when you thought when people were done, we're like, yeah, I'm out of here. I'm not under the thumb anymore, but most of them are like, now what do I do?
Do they continue to go though, once you graduate, or do you not have the?
I mean, I'm not gonna turn them away to just come into court and hanging out and being okay, but legally, they don't have any obligation to come anymore. But that's why
They're
we're,
looking, seeking that support though when you have it.
Yeah, I mean, and like I said, we've told them, you don't ever have to, I mean, court is open to the public. You can come anytime, whether you, and we can call you a semi-participant, but.
Well, and having the remote proceedings has been a game changer for especially community court because they have people that are in treatment that can still comply with coming to court every single week. They just participate remotely so that in-person attendance has gone down quite a bit, but for the most part, all the participants are attending when they need to be because they have that option with the remote appearances now, something we couldn't have done 2 years ago, so.
Yeah, are you finding that that's easier for a lot of people?
So it's not as easy for me. I mean, I love the remote part that we can communicate with them. It slows down it's just, you know, like you guys have done enough remote to know that it's just not like being in person.
Not 100%.
No,
Well, it's like that.
but,
100%.
when I started the court, I said, listen, we're gonna do whatever it takes to get the people to the resources. And the best bet we've had is for a lot of people is getting them out of our community. And that sounds terrible, but it's true because I've seen it time and time before again, and some of you have heard this is, you know, we have someone go through the system, they do what they're supposed to do, they even go to prison or they do a drug offending sentencing alternative through the felony courts. And then they're done and they come back and they go right to the same house they were in before and like, they're right back to where they ended up.
Back to all their triggers.
So, we really have aligned with a group, that's really been looking out after us in Spokane. They do above and beyond regular treatment. They do an idea of almost a medically related treatment part before you do your normal treatment where we would normally see that. So it's a little bit more intense and they have been bending over backwards. One of the individuals has a tie to our area, so we're begging them all the time, hey, come on over here, come on over here. And they have found some funding in Spokane to have Oxford housing. So some of our people aren't coming back, they're just staying there. We have a gentleman from Moses that is living in the Oxford housing in Spokane. He has a job, he's just been phenomenal.
But do we have Oxford? I thought we had Oxford.
We do have Oxford here,
It's like,
yeah,
sometimes it's just-
but we're selective, we're like, you know, I think you do better somewhere. We currently have a participant we don't want ever to come back. If we can help it, just cause there's triggers here and I've known the guy forever. He used to be one of my clients, so I know that he.
You need to stay.
Yes, and he's been making great decisions and he stayed there and it's like, yes, thank you, you know, so. I think eventually he'll make his way back here, but until they have that stability and that ability to stop, you know, going down that wrong path with some of the other people. The bad part is it does separate families sometimes. But you gotta I tell them to be selfish. You gotta be healthy for yourself before you can have a relationship with your parents or your kids or anything else like that. So it's been pretty good. You know, there's been goods and bads. It kind of ebbs and flows at times. Last few weeks, we've gotten through the holidays pretty good. That's the scariest part is when you go through Thanksgiving and then Christmas and then New Year's. It's like, and then all of those fell on holidays. So we're having court on wrong days. We're used to Wednesdays and of course 2 of those got wiped out, so.
I think 2025, I was reading, a lot of the holidays are gonna be on Friday or Thursday.
Thursday,
Fridays,
Fridays, yeah. It'll work a little bit better for, at least for what we're doing, but. No, it's going good. Everything else is going good. Our clerks did amazing. I mean, we shut down the court for 18 days. Was it like COVID? No, it was a little worse than COVID because you couldn't do anything with the computers. All that information wasn't there, but, I mean,
It's
it
not to
wasn't.
say there wasn't a lot of work to do, because there was.
Yeah, cause we actually we kept going for 2 weeks, almost 2 weeks after everything was shut down. We just did as much as we could until we realized, now what?
Yeah, all the work was basically piling up, and because we can't use the case management system, we can't input anything, and so we had to eventually just put a stop to it. Cause we knew we couldn't go back live and just pick up where we left off when we had all of this information for the same court dates not input into the computer yet, so that was kind of a hard decision, and even with that, we're still playing catch up, but.
That was my big decision as presiding, my first acting kind of decision, it was like,
What do we do?
we gotta shut down the court. It's, no one wants to do that, ever.
But we
but-
stayed open to the
Yeah.
public and tried to take payments for a little while until we knew it was gonna go beyond what we were reasonably able to do, and then we get into some auditing concerns, so we mostly quit taking payments, but we gave extensions on deadlines for nearly everything. So that really helped with that, and we're now kind of getting back to the normal response times and deadlines, because we gave a pretty generous cushion there for a while.
Court's been a little jammed up, so you'll see a little bit more traffic here for a few more weeks, but we're kind of trying to spread that out and even it out, but I think in Moses, I had 200 people in a day, which is, some of the old timer, they used to just do court all in one day, you know, and that was normal day. You went home at 7 or 8 at night, but we don't do that anymore. But
Our public defenders.
yeah, but we did do that for a couple weeks. We're still feeling a few of the effects, but it's starting to spread out a little bit, so. I think I have 111 on one of my dockets coming up, so here in Ephrata, which is, it's a little bit smaller here sometimes, but. The Monday holidays kill us because we always have to work around that, and so, but that's just the way it works.
Tuesdays are up Monday, Tuesday.
Mhm.
Throughout,
Yeah, it always screws up one of the days.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I would welcome you to district court anytime if you wanted to just come and kind of see what our offices are like and,
Yeah, I
you know, what
talked
the
to
clerk
Nick.
setup is.
Nick emailed me and we're gonna try to do something next week, I think.
Perfect.
Excellent.
And community court is a really good docket to kind of watch to understand, because that's all grant funded. So it's 100% grant funded. It's kind of good to see it and understand what it is that they do. It's hard to explain.
We have a lot of people that work in that aren't grant funded. I mean, they could technically ask for a salary, but they don't. We have a prosecutor, public defender, myself, the clerk. What else am I missing? Treatment, members of Renew come to that. So the only grant funded people are people that work directly with the participants. So we're hoping to keep that funding so we can keep them going, but we have an admin meeting coming up to keep that going, to make sure that we're getting more people in and kind of changing some of our ideas. Things change all the time, so we're trying to adapt to the changes. But yeah, I'd love for you guys to come. I know you've been to one or two. So have you been yet? I think so.
You know, I drove over to attend one.
Yeah, I know,
And
and
it wasn't here, it was on my
Yeah.
calendar.
The best is you get to see a graduation, and we always have someone who's screwing up too at the same time. So you get to see a little bit of all, you know? But that's good. They need to see that all. You know, we started out our last docket with talking about the guy who died. So it's like, it's reality. It's like, hey, this is where you can end up. But anyway. But no, trying to pick up the pieces. I think we're doing well, and trying to get a few more clerks on board. We have interviews tomorrow to get hopefully a couple more. So we got a couple more, and one decided not to go with us, and then we lost one the same day. So we gained one and lost two, kind of in a weird roundabout way. So, but there's people always looking for new stuff, so you got to kind of beat them to the punch. And a lot of times we're competing against other departments in our county.
And sometimes it's nothing that we can, I mean, one of the most recent clerks that left has been here a couple of years, but she's been commuting for an hour, back an hour each way. So 2 hours a day.
Where was she driving from?
Well, it was Wenatchee, and then
they moved to.
Wilbur.
Is it Wilbur?
Yeah, I think so. But Wilbur was like a halfway commute point.
Yeah.
So like husband was going one way, and I know it. I remember when she told me about it, because I did it when I first started working here. I was living in Wilbur. My wife would drive to Airway Heights where she taught school. She taught on the Air Force Base there. And then I drove to Ephrata. And then we met in the middle, and believe it or not, that's the exact midpoint of both locations. About at 60.
A big drive.
Yeah. So.
Things like that, you just can't.
Yeah, I think
predict it.
She ended up going to, where did she move to? Davenport?
Well, I know she's going to work for the Lincoln County Sheriff's Office.
And brought them a little bit closer, the drive's not as bad.
Yeah, that'd be a lot closer.
And we apparently train great Superior Court judges, because all 3 Superior Court bench judges now came from our office, so I'm just gonna say.
They're all from district court
District
now.
Court does a good job.
Really?
Isn't that crazy?
That is crazy. Wow.
But
And 2 of them were only commissioners and got that job.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
Yeah. So
that is correct.
it's good. It's good. So.
Good though.
Because you're training future commissioners and judges.
Right?
Oh, we did get a new commissioner, Tracy.
Who else?
She's
Public defense.
hard worker.
Yeah, you guys were pulling everybody out of public.
I'm
defense.
sorry,
Sorry.
she interviewed too well. We had to do it. I did tell Brett, who's a dear friend of mine, you know, I said, sorry, but we gotta do what we gotta do. And I mean, she worked at the prosecutor's office for a while, so she'd worked at both places about equally, so we didn't take it all from public defense, maybe a little, but that's where she last ended up. But she'll be a good asset. She's a hard worker. Sometimes works too hard, but very knowledgeable, and I think she'll be great for us. We interviewed about 4 people and she did really well. She started
On December 16th. So she had a little bit of overlap with Clarkson so that she could kind of learn the ropes. Yeah. Going good though.
Well, let us know when you have another graduation.
What's that?
When you have another graduation, let me know.
Yes,
And
the
I'll put it on my calendar.
29th, I think, is what we're looking, yeah.
Okay,
So-
and it'll be here?
Yes.
Okay.
I think we're moving things to 209 for next year, but if it's big, we're gonna move it, we'll have the graduation in 301, but.
We can let you know though.
We'll
for
let
sure,
you know,
where
we'll
it's gonna
invite you.
be.
We usually ask how many people they want to invite. We've had even a camera crew supposed to come to one of them. They wanted to film the whole thing, so.
I would too if I had, went through something like that.
Yeah, they were gonna do some documentary thing.
Okay.
I wasn't any part of it. I was just told they might do
You're
it.
like, I'm gonna lay down here, isn't
Yeah, I'm gonna
Gonna
hide.
hide.
It doesn't matter, I'm on TV now all the time, so it's like you can't hide, but, yeah. So.
Sure.
Anyway. What else is new?
Just
Our new
learning.
commissioner.
Just learning, yeah.
Just sitting here taking it all in.
Danny told me he was gonna leave all the books for you. Have you read through all of them and gotten?
I know Danny had.
I've been in Danny's office just to know a lot enough that there's like some big binders in there, like
Oh,
lots
this
of.
stuff's all digital.
He put.
Oh, it
he
is
put
it?
down and scanned it in. I'm like, man, I wouldn't be creating more
See,
public records.
that's how long it's been since I've been to his office, but,
No, he scanned it in.
well, that's good.
And
Lots
sometimes
of
you
files.
could even find some things.
Sometimes it's better though to have the file. I still say that
He
to
was
this day.
super tech savvy and organized.
Yeah.
Impressively.
We are too at district court, but I do have to admit, sometimes it's nice to have a file. You can open and look at it and, I mean, I kind of think that about anything, like when you're working on a ruling, which I'm doing right now, that I kind of forgot about,
Yeah,
so,
file right there.
yeah. It's nice to be able to have paper, have a little paper,
Yeah,
so.
no, Danny did, he put it on his little notepad and scanned the notepad in and it made sure everybody.
So now did he keep the binders? That's the key.
I
He's
don't
got them all
know,
in a
but,
file.
Okay.
Yep, so I have access to his
but
file.
I just, yeah, a lot of public records be created there, like,
Yeah, that's true.
but.
That's all right.
sometimes it was good for him.
Is that it for you?
Yeah.
All right, then we'll go in recess until tomorrow at 8:30 when we are back with the prosecuting attorney's office.
We're last?
Yeah.
We're last?
Yep.
Excellent. Were we being recorded?